Hello, hello, and welcome back to RPG Limit Break 2026, coming to you live from Denver, Colorado. My name is Stolteheim, and I will be your host for this coming run, and I am really excited for it. We have a star-studded cast on the couch for a beloved classic from Square Enix. Give a warm welcome to Puwexil, joined by Pessilist and UraniumAnchor for Kingdom Hearts 2.
All right, hello everybody. I'm puwexil, joined by UraniumAnchor and Pessilist here, and I know we're trying to recover some time here, so we're just going to get right into it. So we're doing a run of the original PlayStation 2 version of Kingdom Hearts 2, released over 20 years ago now in March of 2006 in North America, and we will get going in 3, 2, 1, go! All right, so Kingdom Hearts 2 is actually the third Kingdom Hearts game after Kingdom Hearts and Kingdom Hearts Chain of Memories. The start of this game is actually pretty disorienting and kind of intentionally so, where the first two games you play as a boy named Sora who uses a weapon called the Keyblade to fight monsters called Heartless that are born from the darkness in people's hearts. But then all of a sudden when you start playing this game, you're just playing as a completely different character who's a boy named Roxas who lives in a place called Twilight Town and is kind of just enjoying the last few days of his summer vacation. So Roxas's scenario, which takes about the first 25-ish minutes or so of the run, kind of has a lot of tutorials and is kind of a prologue to the game proper.
Yeah, all we know about Roxas, if you've played the previous games, you see the back of his head in the credits of Chain of Memories. I think that's all you get.
Yep. You see Twilight Town, too, but you don't have any real context on what it is or why it's in Sora's memories.
You see it, and the villain's like, oh no, I'm unlocking something in your heart, Sora. Be worried. And he's like, okay.
All right, so we're about to basically join some neighborhood Nerf bat duel contests here called The Struggle. We have a little bit of training for that, too. We get to choose a bat to fight Cypher from one of our previous Limit Break runs, actually Final Fantasy VIII, and which bat you choose actually affects your stats very slightly. I picked the bat that gives me +1 strength, because strength is very, very important, because I'm going to be hitting a lot of things with physical attacks in this run.
Very dramatic.
Yep. Get used to that. At the end of every required fight in this game has a really kind of dramatic slowdown for kind of, because the Square really went hard on making this game have a really kind of cinematic, flashy feel to it for a lot of the combat. But things kind of rather quickly spiral out of control, though, where things just get really weird. Like a bunch of photos have been stolen by this mysterious white creature, and then Roxas and his friends also can't say the word photo anymore because that's been stolen too. So we have another fight here where we have to fight this monster that we'll later learn is called a Dusk or a Nobody. And this is a fairly challenging fight for being like the third fight in their game, because I have to get some number of hits on it, but it doesn't react to me at all. That was pretty good as far as how it played out here. But then suddenly Roxas's Nerf bat turns into a Keyblade, and we're able to defeat the Dusk and get tons and tons of money. If only every Dusk dropped that amount of money.
Yeah, Roxas controls differently from Sora. He's a little floatier. It's a little harder to get some of these air combos off. Than with Sora, which can be very annoying in a couple later fights in this section especially, but even that first one, it can be just getting the hits in more annoying than it should be.
Yeah, because while we're still in the really early stages of the game before we unlock any of the more fun combat abilities, and all we're really able to do is combo attacks with our Keyblade, I'm going to be very heavily using aerial attacks because the animation is faster than ground attacks, and there's less recovery time because you kind of recover as soon as your feet touch the ground.
Yeah, there's a lot of end lag with ground finishers throughout most of the game, and the air finishers, you get back on the ground, you start hitting again. They're generally quicker until we get a lot of the really good ground finishers just to make up for it.
Well, now we get our first required mini game, of which there'll be a couple in the in the run because we need to make some money in order to afford train tickets to go to the beach, and there's some odd jobs we can do to make money. And then the fastest one we do is mail delivery, where we deliver letters to some people and to a bird. Like that's why we had to jump off of kind of grind and then jump off of the railing there.
Is it a pigeon? Is it going to deliver the mail from there? But then why are we delivering them?
Yeah, but yeah, mail delivery by far the fastest mini game. And if you do a lot more rounds of mail delivery or the other two mini games, you can actually get some additional prizes from your friend Hainer here. But just doing it once will let us progress the story, so we do that and move on.
Yeah, actually, whatever money you get, if you don't get the amount of money in the cutscene they say you should get, I believe they just give you the rest.
That's nice. But things get kind of weird, though, where a mysterious black-cloaked figure steals the money, and then you're not able to actually go to the beach.
Yeah, we'll get it later. No beach, though.
There's a lot of really cryptic stuff going on that you're not really meant to understand, too, where you're kind of getting these interludes with a black-cloaked person and a red-robed person just having these really cryptic conversations about Sora from the earlier games, and something called the Restoration. And you get these like fuzzy replays of like cutscenes, mainly from Kingdom Hearts 1. All right, so we get to fight another Dusk here. This is kind of the same mechanics as the first one, where I need to hit it a certain number of times, but it doesn't respond to anything I do, so I can't like stagger it or prevent it from doing anything I don't want it to.
Yeah, and it's also our first example of reaction command, where each enemy has its own reaction command based on the enemy and specific circumstances. There are a lot of enemies where we have to do specific things to provoke the reaction command, which Puwexil will do later. These Dusk, it's just if they come at us, we can often reversal, which we go right around them. It doesn't stun them per se, but it confuses them, so we are free to start hitting them after that, which is especially helpful when, again, Roxas's jump is more floaty than we would like.
Do you want to explain what picking the sword before this fight means, too?
Yeah, picking the sword, it gives us one strength stat, and it also...
That was the nerf pad, actually. The sword is the ability progression route.
I forgot if it did both, but no, the sword, it determines the abilities we unlock based on the levels that we get. Depending on which one you get, like the shield one gives us like second chance and once more, and those defensive abilities earlier in the game. The sword gives us a lot more of the aggressive combo abilities earlier in the game, which we are on beginner difficulty, which doesn't mean we can't die. We absolutely can, but it means we're safe enough to try to be a lot more aggressive.
Yeah, because in particular, doing the sword route gives us really nice abilities called Combo Boost and Combination Boost eventually, which despite kind of sounding the same, do kind of different things too. All right, so Pessilist was talking about reaction commands a bit ago, which are just a new mechanic in this game compared to the previous ones, where you have these just kind of really flashy, kind of mostly counterattack type moves that you can proc on most enemies in the game when specific situations come up. And then our first kind of real boss fight with this giant nobody called Twilight Thorn is kind of starts with a set of tutorials about reaction commands, where you basically just need to hit the triangle button whenever there's a prompt above the menu in the lower left corner. We're not able to see enemy health yet, but each time we do that, it is doing some damage. I always like to play hopscotch on during this little wave here too.
It's RNG manipulation. This is all.
Yeah.
These animations are very cool.
Oh, yeah. I do still remember just how blown away I was by a lot of this stuff when I first saw trailers for this game, much less playing it 20 years ago.
Oh, yeah.
And ow.
Yep, and we're going to try to get as many air combos off here as possible, which is easier said than done.
Yeah.
But hopefully, you want 3 minimum, nearly got the 4th.
Yeah, getting that 4th full combo is really hard.
Yeah, you got to be really specific with, like, Puwexil's trying his best to do kind of a short hop in order to just get in the animation and then start attacking, which again, with Roxas, is much harder than I would say it should be, but I believe it's intentional that Roxas is a little clumsier to control than Sora at this point.
Kind of trolled by one of the spawns.
Yeah, this is again the reversal reaction command to get us around in order to avoid some of these enemy spawns and get us around the I don't know what you want to call those things that beat us.
Yeah. Yeah, so it's kind of the optimal way that fight plays out is that I get into a loop where I'm just kind of, after I really get going, I'm doing 2 aerial combos and then 2 reversals to kind of dodge the lightning and then the attacks by the smaller nobodies that are getting spawned. But one of the smaller ones hit me and kind of broke the loop, and I had to wing it a bit after that. The important thing, though, is that I still won before the boss got up from the ground.
Yeah, something you were telling me yesterday is a lot of the potential time losses from missing quick kills more than anything else.
Right. That's generally a lot more danger than actually dying in this run, is just losing lots of time from failing quick kills on bosses.
Yeah, the beginner difficulty speedrun in most Kingdom Hearts games is less you're in danger of dying, although the endgame bosses will kill you, and more you can lose tons of time for just specific strats not quite going the way you want them to.
Speaking of time, have I got a quick minute, gentlemen?
You will shortly, actually. What do you want to explain the struggle?
So more Nerf Bat fights. So in these Nerf Bat fights, the enemies also do have HP, although we cannot see them. When that HP is depleted, they will stun over. They also have these orbs. If we collect all of the orbs, then the struggle fight ends. Or if we have more orbs after the timer is up, the struggle fight ends, which we are speedrunning. If we can finish these before the timer is out, that would be better than waiting the full minute. So just going to get Hayner in this corner here and try to collect all of these. Of course, he picks up a handful.
Yep.
Always with it, Hayner. This is why it's nice, since he has the HP bar, if you can KO him so you have time, that is nice. There we go.
Okay, cool. So yeah, saving 20 seconds is pretty solid by my standards. So yeah, we have another struggle coming up with VV where I'm going to be doing a very specific series of ground combos to try to knock him out and get all of his orbs at the same time. So yeah, I guess why don't we hear a word or two from Stolteheim while I'm doing that.
Much obliged. I just wanted to share some donations cheering you on. We've got $25 from Stejans, who says, I always love runs from Puwexil. We have a $300 donation from Holy Fire, who says, I've never played the Kingdom Hearts series or even knew it existed until recently. I've learned a lot about it from Puwexil's runs. And we have a very special $25 donation. Greetings, it is I, the official Puwexil fan club trademark president, Keishira. While I am disappointed I could not be there this year, I am happy to be able to watch my, and everyone's, you are a Puwexil fan, right, chat? Favorite streamer, bonking people with foam swords and keyblades. Puwexil, I'm wishing you the best of luck on your run, and feel the heat! Looking forward to seeing everyone, hopefully next year. Missing you all, my wonderful friends. We miss you too, Keishira. We'd love to see you again.
Yeah, thanks, Kay.
Yeah, so Puwexil did a good job with the specific opening combos we want in this fight, but VV is very quick, and where the orbs get distributed is a little random.
Yeah, one of them was just so far away.
Yeah, so they got spread out enough, and VV moved so quickly that unfortunately he was able to recover and lose us a little bit of time there, but that's Kingdom Hearts speedrunning for you.
Yep. Oh, thanks, Holy Fire, for the generous donation, by the way, too.
Yes.
I've got more where that came from whenever you're ready.
Let's get through these 2 fights here. So got another round of Dusks here. One kind of important thing to know when you're learning to run this game too is that not every one of these enemies has the same amount of health too. Like they're kind of gradually leveling up as you progress. So the optimized combos to take out each one kind of gradually changes over the course of Roxas's scenario. And now we get our first fight against one of the black-cloaked figures that we'll eventually learn are called Organization 13, who's a returning character from Chain of Memories. So kind of like Hayner for this, I'm kind of trying to get Axel into the corner.
Yeah, most of his attacks we can fairly easily guard at this point.
Nice.
Nicely done.
It's really satisfying to get that quick kill.
Yeah, if a lot of our optimizations in these fights is going to be trying to get around what we call their desperation moves with these bosses, which is they typically glow up, they do some ultimate attack,
And they're
they
invincible.
become
So,
invincible during it. And even Axel there has his own version of that, where
Yeah.
if he gets away, he can shine up and just lose a bunch of time going.
Yeah, because what makes that so hard too is that there's a kind of a tight window once he counterattacks with that fireball to renew the stagger on him before he kind of breaks out of it and does other stuff. But yeah, anyway, so now we've got the finals of the struggle against Setzer from Final Fantasy VI. And in the cutscene before this, Setzer actually offers Roxas something nice if he loses intentionally. So the something nice is going to be much nicer for the speed run. So, hey Stolteheim, what you got?
Ooh. Well, we have a $25 anonymous donation plus $50 from Kala. Thank you very much. We have $50 from Mooware, who says, bit late, but good luck with Zeliard. You should definitely check that out if you haven't already. Check it out after this run. And we have $50 from one of our sponsors, Dragon Roast Coffee. Kingdom Hearts! Looking forward to yet another excellent run. Stay caffeinated.
Nice dodge there.
Yeah. Just a PSA that this game actually has a first-person mode, which if you lock on to enemies, which is a very integral part of the combat system, it kicks you out of it. I've never really understood why they even bothered.
Yeah, it seems like a very confusing perspective.
No clue. Didn't
Yep.
hear.
So yeah, losing to Setzer gives us the medal, which is an accessory that raises our strength by 1. And if we won, we would get the champion's belt, which raises our elemental defense, which is effectively useless for this speedrun category. And yeah, and on higher difficulties like critical mode, which I mean we'll get into like what final mix is and virgin differences, but like the other really popular way people run this game is a high difficulty called critical mode, and like on that you can lose to Setzer by having him run out your health pretty fast.
Yeah.
But on this one, he just doesn't do enough damage to you to have that be possible before the minute runs out.
Yeah, I was going to say, it seemed like he was really pulling his punches there.
Yeah. Now, on the lower difficulties, elementals attacks don't do enough damage for the other reward to be worth it. And the higher difficulties, we die too quickly for it to be worth it. And on both, the extra strength is incredibly useful throughout the run. So we actually keep that medal on for a little bit. You'd be surprised.
Yeah, namely the whole run, actually. All right, so yeah, I've got my first menu here where I'm just going to put on that medal to raise my strength, along with switching to a different defensive ability called aerial recovery, which makes it so that if I get sent flying by getting hit, I can regain control before just flopping onto the ground naturally. All right, so kind of story-wise, what's going on here is we're going to a different part of Twilight Town called Sunset Terrace, where we're investigating the 7 wonders of Twilight Town, which are just kind of urban legends. And it's kind of, yeah. I won't explain what all of them are because we're skipping all the cutscenes. But it's kind of the short version is it's just things that have plausible explanations, but also kind of don't at the same time.
Yeah, the running gag is these are like, oh, this strange like urban legend, and Roxas go checks it out. It's like, holy crap, it's real. And then his friends show up and see him like just standing by a plausible explanation and be like, oh, okay, this is clearly fake. And Roxas just sitting there.
Yeah, but then usually they leave, and then the camera kind of lingers, and you still see something weird going on.
Yeah, it's a cute little. Like there are a lot of cute little character elements and like story gags throughout Roxas's section here.
So now we're investigating some strange voices coming from this tunnel, which are being caused by Vivi from Final Fantasy IX. But there's kind of a lot of Vivis. Vivi's getting his Agent Smith on here.
No, this is the aftermath of 9. It's all his sons, right?
Oh yeah. So yeah, as you can see, all of the Vivi clones disappear in one hit, but there is a fair bit of randomness as far as where they spawn. Like they usually spawn kind of close to the middle of the square that's on the ground, but there's kind of enough variation that it's hard to stay on top of them. And I really do want to try to pick them off right as they spawn before they'd start jumping around and deflecting me. I felt like I was decently fast.
Yep. Now there's a lot, especially in Roxas is so not mobile, and a lot of the enemies he fights are so mobile that there's a lot of Just please stay still. Please let me hit you.
Yep, that's a that's a recurring theme in Kingdom Hearts, as we'll see in the Birth by Sleep relay coming up in a few days too.
Yeah, at least once we get Sora, we will get a lot more abilities that will help us close distances or be able to really manipulate a lot of these crowds so that we can force them to kind of hold still.
And I like to refer to this as Roxas having a Persona 4 moment here because we're fighting Shadow Roxas. Like I think the urban legend here is that if you look into the reflective surface of this fountain, you'll see your soulmate or something. But instead, we see a negative version of Roxas that we have a Nerf bat duel with.
I love how they're like Roxas's friend's explanation for half these things. Like, Roxas, what are you doing? Why are you playing this joke on me? I thought it was real for a second.
Yeah, this is fundamentally much more of a kind of a combat optimization run than a movement optimization run, but there are a number of movement optimizations here and there, like what I did just there, as far as using a reaction command to jump onto that train, and then using the momentum of it moving forward to let me jump further than I should be, and kind of get up to the zone transition without having to climb the stairs. Now we get to play a rodeo here with I guess the legend here is just a bag that moves by itself.
Like, I don't even remember this legend.
Yeah. I mean, the plausible explanation I do remember is that there's a dog.
There's a dog in the bag. I remember that.
But then it turns out that the dog is really a dusk in disguise.
Yeah, I will say, just for the benefit of our viewers, I have never played a Kingdom Hearts game, and so I'm sort of here as like live reaction is like, what the heck is going on?
Mm-hmm.
So
yeah,
that was
questions so far.
yeah.
I'm with you, man. I have not played a Kingdom Hearts game myself, but it's really interesting seeing all this for the first time. It's really impressive what they did on the PS2.
Mm-hmm. I will say I've watched a number of Kingdom Hearts speedruns, but that really doesn't help.
All right, so we've kind of whittled away our afternoon investigating urban legends, but there's one more that we want to check out before going home for the day, which is a mansion on the edge of town that has it's rumored to have a ghost girl that you can see from the windows. So we actually got a little bit of movement here to get there, along with skipping some cutscenes involving said ghost girl, who's a returning character from Chain of Memories named Naminé. So hey, Stolteheim, what you got for us?
Well, I just wanted to bring attention toward the donation incentives we've got. We're starting to mount a charge on those. At the end of the run, if we raise $1,500, Puwexil will fight Hades, for real. And if we raise $3,000 for the other initiative, he will fight Sephiroth. So I'm really looking forward to seeing those fights at the end, and I would love if we could get those incentives met. Things are also starting to heat up for the bid war for choosing the primary fighter for Cat Quest 2. Ironically, the dog is in the lead by a score of $60 to $25. On that note, we do have a $10 donation from Trainer and Aid, donating in honor of my service dog in training's first birthday just a couple days ago. If Dog wins, would that make the game Dog Quest 2 instead?
Only one way to find out.
Get those donations in, folks.
All right, so we're coming up on the end of Roxas's scenario here. Things are just getting really, really out of hand here. Where basically time is now stopped, and then Axel is back and is kind of trying to abduct Roxas for unknown reasons, and we get some more dusks sicked on us here.
Yeah, the point story-wise is we're not really supposed to understand what's going on because Roxas has no clue what's going on. Mm-hmm. Yeah, these are really annoying nobodies at the start of the game here. They like to go underground like that, and they like to blow up like that, which means we don't get the experience.
Yeah, but that's a worthy sacrifice just to get them out of my way faster too.
Yeah, we do have ways to fix experience later.
Yeah, just the main tech with that fight was that once I've taken out the two dusks, the assassin, the third nobody, will always spawn right next to Roxas. So I kind of tried to be ready to stun lock and kill it right as soon as it spawns, but it kind of got away from me and hit me.
Yeah, I was gonna ask just how tight is like the item routing and the experience routing in this run?
The item routing in particular with ethers and then also items to raise my stats is pretty tight, but money and experience is a lot more flexible. Like there's goals that I have in parts of the run for both, but Meat it isn't really like a big problem to meet either. It's part of the routing.
And we have timed fights later where we will have plenty of time to get a lot of experience too, which helps with that.
Mm-hmm. All right, so we're heading to the mansion because like the voice of actually Christopher Lee, who unfortunately we don't get to hear in the speedrun because we skip all of his cutscenes, kind of thundered from the sky to saying, "Roxas, go to the mansion." So we're going to the mansion. But yeah, Christopher Lee voices the mysterious red-robed figure that you see in some of the cutscenes.
I mean, would you argue with Christopher Lee?
Oh, no,
No.
no.
There you go.
I would do what Christopher Lee says.
No, I mean, the voice cast in this series is insane. I'm sorry. They got really talented voice
it's
cast.
goofy.
It's very goofy
Yes.
throughout. Birth by Sleep, we will hear Mark Hamill and Leonard Nimoy in that game.
Yeah, I'm amazed they got a lot of the actual Disney theatrical movie voice actors to reprise their roles for this series.
Yep. Most of them, or at least very believable sound-alikes.
Yeah.
So,
We'll be getting into that when we get to the Pirates of the Caribbean world. Yeah.
I do know about Dan Castellaneta.
Yes, we'll be hearing a bit of Homer later. Okay, so 2 more fights before we're kind of done with Roxas's scenario here. The first one's just a mob fight with mob fight is kind of the general community term for just forced fights against regular enemies that aren't bosses. This is just kind of a longer version of the last one we did, where there's some dusks and then some assassins. Kind of the important thing to keep track of here is when I level up too, because when I hit level 3, my strength goes up, and that actually changes how many hits it takes for the fights.
Yeah, and you'll notice Puwexil sometimes is refraining from using the finisher on the combos, and that's specifically for just positioning in order to stagger them so we can get more combos off.
Mm-hmm. Part of it too is that when you do a combo finisher, that often sends enemies flying away too if they're not bosses, and that's bad in a lot of cases as far as just getting them out of my reach.
So, 2 Keyblades. Very cool.
Yep, Roxas is a totally different battle mode now, where he has 2 Keyblades and a different moveset, and we can see enemy health too. This is our final fight with Axel here.
Yeah, looks very, very cool. Can do some fun little reaction commands and aerial combos.
Just for some reason, he didn't go into the wall.
Yeah, that's strange.
Yep.
Has that ever happened before?
Yes.
Okay.
It does happen, it's just strange.
Okay.
All right.
We got through it. Yeah, that fight normally after he was supposed to jump into the firewall, and then I would counterattack him and finish him off after that. I mean, one thing I do like to kind of comment about this fight though is that I first speedran this game in 15 years ago, actually in 2011. It was the first game I ever completed a speedrun of in full. And almost everything about the run has changed since then, but that boss fight has not. Like that, the strategy for that boss fight is pretty much completely unchanged in 15 years, which just amuses me.
Yeah, so many great runners, so many strats. Like, this game has changed a lot. I mean, obviously all the different ports and versions and things, but even this one, it's amazing how we'll find things that's more optimal in a port that is fundamentally a different game, and it'll be faster in this version as well.
Yeah. Yeah, so maybe while we're walking to the next fight, we'll just kind of quick say that, so this is the original PlayStation 2 version of Kingdom Hearts 2. There was a director's cut of the game called Kingdom Hearts 2 Final Mix that was released in Japan like roughly a year later. That made a lot of changes to the game, a lot of new content added, a lot of rebalancing to a lot of stuff that was kind of either broken in good or bad ways in the original, and pretty basically all modern ports of this game, like on the PlayStation 4 and 5 and on PC via Steam or Epic Games, are based on Final Mix. One thing that is different about newer ports, though, is that the loading times are a lot faster. Like it's the better part of an hour faster for running the modern versions. But I prefer running this version for a couple reasons. One is just nostalgia. This is the first version of the game I played that I have the most hours into. A lot of the gameplay differences. For this version, I just enjoy more, like in particular, just how the combat strategies for the end game flow. And then the other one is actually the music and graphics too, because the soundtrack got reorchestrated for the modern HD versions, and it's fine, but just largely for nostalgic reasons, I just really like the original cuts of a lot of the music.
Yeah, except Pirates World, unfortunately.
Yeah, and Hazardous Highway, yeah. Those are the ones that the reorchestration is so much better. But yeah, so then this is our first fight that has multiple win conditions to it. We can either time passes, about 90 seconds, I want to say, getting into low health, or just getting a certain number of hits against enemies. And we're going for the hits here. It's fairly difficult to actually save time here. Nice swag pose there, Goofy. But yeah, we're grinding experience and then kind of trying to actually save some number of seconds by just getting a lot of hits here, which is also why I'm kind of trying to avoid using combo finishers, just to kind of get attacks off as fast as I can. So while we're wrapping this up, you want to get a word in or so, Stolteheim?
Well, I did want to add on to your previous point. There's something I can't really explain about playing the original version of something on the platform that it was originally made for. It just feels a little more bespoke, you know? We do have a $75 donation from KFizzle4, who says, "Who is everyone's favorite Organization 13 member? I'm quite partial to Syx myself."
Let us know in chat.
I mean, is it cheating to say Roxas? I feel like that's the easy answer.
Spoilers.
He didn't say no.
Yeah.
We also have $15 from Fail Lin and $25 from Zetair. Thank you very much.
Oh yeah, we're Sora now, by the way. We kind of glossed over that too. After the last fight with Axel, we kind of had a confrontation against Diz, the character voiced by Christopher Lee, where we kind of we found a room where Sora was in suspended animation and then started to wake up, and then kind of Roxas just looks at Sora and then says that Sora is lucky because Roxas's summer vacation is over, and then kind of the screen fades to white and you get a title drop. And then suddenly Sora, Donald, and Goofy wake up and go exploring around Twilight Town, but nobody knows nobody mentions Roxas at all, even though most of the other characters are still there.
That donator in chat clarified, Roxas is acceptable.
Yeah. Okay, nice. So so we're over half an hour into the run, and we're now having our first fight against Heartless, who are the main antagonists of the Kingdom Hearts series so far. Again, they're just kind of monsters that are born from the darkness in people's hearts. And those are the very basic Heartless called Shadows. And then we also get introduced to one of our recurring villains throughout the story of Kingdom Hearts 2, who is Pete from Disney, and like the kind of the leader of the Heartless in KH1 was Maleficent, and then Pete was kind of Maleficent's toady, basically, and is kind of looking for Maleficent right now and doesn't know that she's been defeated, and he doesn't take the news well when Sora, Donald, and Goofy tell him that.
And Pete from Disney meets Sora from Disney.
Do you know if Pete is still voiced by Jim Cummings in this game?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yes,
yeah, we hear a fair bit of Jim Cummings in this game between Pete, Winnie the Pooh, and Ed the Hyena. Although sadly,
I forgot he voiced Winnie too.
Yeah, we will not be hearing Ed because we're not going to his world. But
yeah, we will see Pooh briefly.
Yeah. Go Donald.
Go Donald.
I love
there
for these
go.
first couple fights. I love when we get swag win poses from Donald and Goofy because, yeah, when we become Sora, Donald and Goofy rejoin us as AI-controlled companions to like they did in Kingdom Hearts 1, and they are actually very helpful at combat in the very early stages of the game too. But when Sora doesn't really have a lot of fun stuff yet. In particular, Donald, who has the Thunder spell quite a bit before Sora learns it, can actually contribute a fair bit to a number of the mob fights I have to do.
Yeah, and here's one reaction command we're going to try to manipulate out of these guys potentially. If you do 1 or 2 hits, you can potentially manipulate a Cyclone reaction command, which would be able to get a bunch of these guys done in a line, or you can just take them out. Both work.
I usually just try to go for it. Really, I haven't had a whole
Fair
lot
enough,
of luck.
both work.
Like trying to do the cyclone setup. Yeah.
No, and again, if the reaction commands, like a lot of them, you have to do specific things with these enemies, and sometimes it's really simple, sometimes it's more complex, and sometimes the specific setups can be a little wonky to get.
Yeah, sometimes it only happens if the game gives it to you too through what
Yeah,
we
I
often
know,
call RNG, which just means random factors in the game.
Yeah, I know that fight is notorious throughout most versions for will the game give you cyclones or not.
All right, so then we get a huge lore dump in that cutscene I just skipped, by the way, too, where we learn stuff about the nobodies, which are the kind of the white hollow enemies we've been fighting, and then and also the black cloak people that are called Organization 13, which are kind of nobodies with strong wills that have kind of formed an organization that's causing mischief in a lot of worlds.
So give me your honest answer. If you weren't skipping the cutscenes, would I be more or less confused?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. Like the short version is if you lose your heart, you're a heartless, and then your empty shell of a body is a nobody. That's the short version for now. It gets more complicated later. We don't have to worry about that.
Yeah.
Yeah, makes sense if you don't think about it.
Yeah, I mean, this series has gained a fair bit of notoriety of late, as far as just the lore and mythology just being very, very convoluted and hard to understand. And I don't really disagree with that too much nowadays. But I do think that at the time this game came out and like Kingdom Hearts 1 and Birth by Sleep, it was still at a point where
it's not bad yet.
it's not it's still good. Each new entry is kind of expanding the universe in pretty interesting ways, like this one with adding the concept of nobodies on top of Heartless.
And I think one of the other things is that the side games are equally important to the plot.
Yeah.
Yep.
So you can't really take those for granted.
Yeah, because several of the important characters we met in Twilight Town are from Chain of Memories only. They weren't in the first Kingdom Hearts. Okay, so we're starting to use a really, really central mechanic to the battle system here and to the speedrun called drive forms. We got our first drive form at the end of Twilight Town called Valor Form. And then each Valor Form, Sora is basically kind of doing the fusion dance with one or both of his party members, in this case Goofy. And when I do Valor Form, I become a more physically oriented form that gets to use two Keyblades at the same time and has some very overpowered abilities.
Like the other thing about Valor Form is you actually move quicker in Valor Form than normal Sora. So we'll be using Valor quite a bit just to move.
Yeah, both move and fight faster. It's by far the form that in the route I use for this run that we see the most of.
Yeah, so we'll be doing the fusion dance with Goofy quite a bit.
All right, so we do have kind of a little swag bit of movement I'm going to try to do here as far as clipping over the corner of this step here, and I didn't get it. But if I get that clip, I'd basically just save Sora doing that ledge grab animation, which is pretty trivial, but it just feels good to get it. I'll be getting another chance later. Grab an item called a drive recovery, which is the resource that lets you use drives is called your drive gauge, which is in the lower right corner, and then that's a menu item that can restore one of them.
Okay, so you liked the FF8 run earlier, right? Because we're going to see our boy, not Squall, it's Leon this time. And we're going to protect this gate. If this gate gets too much damage, it's game over, which is a bigger danger than us taking too much damage in this fight, honestly. And we're going to try to lock on and target these dust from out here, so Leon does exactly what he's doing, which is go target the group by the gate. Because if he chooses not to do that, which he could, this could get way messier, so...
Yeah, this is a really, really annoyingly random fight, too, for a variety of reasons. The first one just being Leon and what he does or doesn't do.
Yeah, I was going to ask, like, how, since you have AI partners for most of the run, how much control do you have over them, and like how much can they influence the outcome of
Quite a bit on certain fights.
Yeah.
I mean, we're not able to control Leon at all because he's not technically part of our party. He's just a pure guest character. But for characters that are in the party, we can customize their AI, which is something I'll be doing in a couple of specific situations.
You have much more control over them than you would think, but also they can still choose to not do the thing you want to do.
And another annoyingly random thing about this fight that we call the Bailey fight is the Hollow Bastion defense lasers, those kind of rings you're seeing periodically show up, because there's basically a defense system that's hold on a second.
Yeah, the dual stance reaction command here would allow us, it deals damage to the other dusk around the samurai, which can be very nice.
Okay, that was not terrible.
Not terrible at all.
It was decent. It wasn't like lightning fast, but it wasn't horrible either. But anyway, just to finish that up, the defense lasers can sometimes interfere with me fighting the nobody. This as far as like knocking them away when I'm trying to snipe them with my recently obtained Blizzard spell, and Leon can knock enemies away too.
On the topic, or perhaps not, someone wants to name Mother 3's main character Squall. That has $15 raised so far. However, Bartosz has $50 raised. I expect that to heat up very soon.
Oh yeah, by the way, that was an unskippable cutscene that cannot be skipped because it is unskippable, which is the case for all cutscenes that take place in the cockpit of the Gummy ship. But all of them in the game combined, I think, total under a minute, so it's not really that bad.
It's not bad. What is unskippable and is more than a minute is these Gummy missions.
Yep. This is something that's in all of the mainline Kingdom Hearts games. It was basically kind of a shooter mini game built into it that you are required to engage with a number of times. In Kingdom Hearts 1 and 3, it's more interesting in the speedrun for various reasons, but in Kingdom Hearts 2, the Gummy missions are unfortunately just straight up auto-scrolling rail shooters, where the only thing I can really do to save really any time at all other than just not die is to keep my score very low, because if I get a lot of points, I might get extra prizes at the end, which just means more text I'd have to mash through at the end. So pretty much every time we get into one of these Gummy missions, which is going to be generally between the Disney worlds I go to, that we're going to be filling with the lovely dulcet tones of our host Schulteheim. So
incidentally, I have a $25 donation from Impman who says, "My favorite space shooter with an RPG minigame." How much time have I got here?
Oh, probably another, at least 2 minutes or so.
Oh, that's all I needed to hear.
Yep.
I have $15 from Food Eat Skin. Insert witty comment here. $100 from Aria. Getting a chance at more of a puwexil run? I can't pass that up. Here's to fighting Hades. For real. $50 from Sevio. You know I'm team Yip Yap Bark, but this is Cat Quest. And Cat has taken the lead in that bid war by a score of 75 to 60. $5 from our artist, LLK. Yay, puwexil! Yay, Pessilist! Yay, UraniumAnchor! Yay, RPG Limit Break! Now, UA, I know you said you haven't played Kingdom Hearts before, but what if I told you it involves riding a weird vehicle from world to world and then you get out and explore each strange new planet? Clearly, you need to run these games. Personally, I'm still hoping for a Gravity Falls world in KH4, or at least a Cat from Outer Space world. Let's get those bonus fights, everyone. $100 from Lunaro. Longtime watcher and first-time donator here. I have watched many of your Chrono Trigger runs over the years, and I have always loved watching you destroy that game in absurdly low times. Can't wait to see you break this game, which I love, but have always struggled with the bosses. This money is going towards seeing Hades get wrecked. Keep up the awesome work. And lastly, for now, $25 from Eccentric Rune. Happy 15th anniversary to my spousal unit. We have been following RPG Limit Break for years, and puwexil is his favorite runner. Here's to many more years and many more games together. Did I time that perfectly or what?
Yes, awesome. Oh, if you need one more selling point to play this series, by the way, in Kingdom Hearts 1, you can go on the ceiling.
I was about to ask.
Yes.
That's also a pretty critical component of that. So.
Yeah.
And then 1 and Birth by Sleep, you go tiny, if that means anything.
All right, so the Gummy missions are kind of front-loaded. It's kind of, you have to complete one to unlock each new Disney world, and Some people that run these games are pretty harsh on them. I really don't mind it that much because it's just so chill. It's just a couple minutes of time to breathe in an otherwise extremely fast moving run because of skipping all the cutscenes, and it's got really good music by Yoko Shimomura too.
Yeah, there exists a modded category for the modern ports now that have taken out those scummy sections altogether, which is significantly faster, but also means you basically have no break throughout the entire run. It's very go, go, go.
All right, so a bit of menuing there. One of the highlights of that was that I adjusted my hotkeys, where if I press the L1 button, I can assign items, spells, or in some cases special attacks to one of the face buttons on the controller, which is a really nice quality of life improvement over KH1.
Yeah.
That you have kind of full control over what you have hotkeyed.
And our first Disney World, our first Disney party member, Ping, is now in the party. Our first interaction with all Disney party members will be stealing items.
Yep, because I know how to make use of potions and ethers a lot better than Ping does. And then specifically potions, I'm more or less just collecting for marathon safety purposes to sell eventually for money to buy another ether. Ethers are really, really, really important to this run because ethers refill MP, and MP lets you win fights fast.
Yeah, so we're going to go into the missions fights. There are 3 of these. We can do them in any order. And all of them are supposed to be simulating certain battle tactics and scenarios.
Yeah, we're training to join the Chinese army to defend China from the Huns, basically.
Basically, which Mulan, when she is as Ping here, is not the best party member, unfortunately. She becomes great once she lets her hair down and starts going as Mulan, for whatever that's worth. But for now, we're mainly going to be using the fire magic, which we have access to now. Fire is a little AoE around us here, does a decent amount of damage. It's very good for shadows, especially, because they like to get up close, and it lets us have a hitbox there waiting when they come back up from under the ground.
Or 2D mode, as I call that.
Yeah, so we can actually hit them.
Yep. Land of Dragons is where I kind of really like to say that the run starts, because that's when we get the fire spell is really when we start to get more fun crowd control abilities for mob fights.
It's magic in this game is very useful. It's not in the splashing damage sense, but in the utility sense. There's a lot of things we can do. And also the way that magic can be amended to combos, like you can hit magic and then use a physical finisher, or you can use a magic finisher at the end of physical combos. Quite a bit of utility you can do once you start getting those abilities into our repertoire.
Yeah, these enemies called Night Walkers, I believe, are kind of obnoxious in that they're immune to ice, so I can't snipe them from afar.
Yeah, and these guys are a pain because they can stagger us to no end if they happen to hit us with those big javelins. So it's one of the examples where I'm the opposite from earlier, where we didn't want to use a finisher because we didn't want to send people flying. We want to use a finisher because we want to send this guy flying, so he can leave us alone.
Yeah, because they can get super armor sometimes too, where they just can't be staggered at all, which is really annoying. We're not done with them yet, but I appreciated that they didn't break out their spinning spear attack at all in that fight, because that just
on higher difficulties when they do that, you can just die. Thankfully, they won't kill us here, but they'll be really annoying and lose us a bunch of time. Yeah, we're also dealing with the morale mechanic during these missions. When that meter depletes, that would be a game over, and every time a Heartless dies, it pops a bunch of them out. As long as we're going through these fairly efficiently, we shouldn't have to worry too much about it. In this one, there are just shadows hidden around the camp.
This is kind of a hide-and-seek game, basically, with 8 Heartless.
Yeah.
They all spawn in the same points, so there isn't really any RNG to...
they spawn at the same point. The RNG is just
what they do after
that. Which shadows are a pain.
And another source of RNG is Donald, by the way, too, because I really want him to help fight, particularly these Night Walkers, because it takes 4 total hits, and if Donald...
Hey.
Wow! The swig. But yeah, if Donald helps, it speeds up each kill on the...
Donald uppercut.
He was listening.
All right, so that's the missions. We've kind of proved our mettle for joining the Chinese army. And Ping is required to be in our party for the first big chunk of Land of Dragons here. And I wanted Donald in my party for the missions so that he'd help with the mob fights. But once I'm done with that, we now have what's called the kind of the mountain climb sequence here, where it's kind of a mob fight, but you also have to use a reaction command to break walls. And I bring in Goofy just so that I can use Valor Form, just because I do want to kill some of these enemies, both to stop them from interfering with me using an RC to break these walls, but also to start leveling up Valor Form eventually too, just because every drive form in the game has its own built-in leveling system. And then for Valor Form, it gets experience towards leveling up when you just hit stuff with physical attacks. So I do want to get level 2 Valor Form before a specific boss fight in, I don't know, about half an hour, a bit more or so.
Yeah, just so it'll last longer.
Mm-hmm.
So the gimmick of this fight is we have to shatter these boulders in our way and continue onward. There was supposed to be a big old centaur enemy guarding that one, but puwexil dragged some other enemies nearby and that stood in a specific place, so the game was like, we don't really want to spawn another dude on you. So we could get away with taking that out, because all we have to do is get to the end there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I didn't really have to kill any Heartless at all there, but I did so just for safety and for Valor Form experience. Okay, so kind of the short version of what's happening now is that we're trying to chase down Shan Yu, who's the leader of the Han invaders, and he lures us into a trap, where he lures us into this cave and seals us in with just Ping, where we have to fight a big wave of Heartless. So we want to take out the Assault Rider here, because
he's the problem.
Yeah.
Jumping now, all right. So once we take him out, these shadows, the nice thing about shadows is they're at least pretty aggressive. So usually we can put some fires around us and they will come to us.
Yeah, ideally I take out pretty much all of the shadows before running out of MP. The magic system in this game is fairly different from Kingdom Hearts 1 in that once you use all of your MP, it goes into an MP recharge state where the bar turns purple and will naturally refill itself over time. But it's very slow though, so I mean, MP management is very important for fights.
Yeah, and also Cure Magic just instantly takes out all our MP and puts us in MP recharge instantly, which is one of the many reasons we will not be using it.
Mm-hmm. Okay, okay-ish cave fight. The first Assault Rider was a little squirrely, but after that it was alright. Still didn't see the spinning spear at all, too.
Yeah, they really like to spin their spear usually. So.
Mm-hmm. Alright, so this is a case where I'm using Valor Form just for faster movement. This is a great time to talk about an exploit that I'm actually going to be using very, very extensively throughout the run in order to kind of get free drive form recharges periodically too. Because when I'm in a drive form, you can see my form gauge in the lower right is kind of ticking down, and if that runs out, I'll get kicked out of it. And then recovering all of that is very, very slow. Like you have to hit stuff, and in this version of the game, the rate that you recover it is very slow. But if I'm in a drive form and then enter an area in the game where characters like there's a force party change, like there is here, or my battle party is kind of converted into NPCs that I can talk to, then the game will actually kick me out of the drive form and refill the drive gauge to full. So that's really, really important for the routing here, because there's a lot of cases where I want to use drive forms for kind of minor time gains, like there, or just for faster movement, but I don't want to have that be my only drive that I can use in the world. So, but fortunately, I can get the refill here. So yeah, so this is another ambush fight where we have to survive for a minute, basically. So I'm trying to just kill as many Heartless as I can for experience and money. And then, hey, Stolteheim, got a little time for you.
Alrighty. Well, You did hear that donation from LLK earlier, and I just want to show some love for our community artists LLK, who designed the RPG Limit Break logo, along with Mega Weasel and It's Casa, who are responsible for designing several of the emotes you can access by subscribing to RPG Limit Break's channel. All revenue from subscriptions, bits, and the ads we run contribute to funding our annual marathons, and your support is critical to helping us put on these wonderful events year after year. We couldn't do it without you.
76 kills is pretty good, actually.
Pretty good,
that may even be a PB, actually.
Nice.
It's not really super meaningful because I mean I get more experience from fighting the bigger Heartless called Bolt Towers. So I mean I want to try to kill as many of those as I can.
And now Mulan's in our party, and Mulan is great because we're going to see one of our first limits in this run. And limits are kind of our team-up attack that we have with every party member, I believe, has a limit of some description.
So, yeah.
And we team up with them in order to do like a super ultra like mega move essentially that uses all our MP.
Yeah, and when we say all of our MP, that just means all MP that you currently have. So even if you only have one MP, you can still use a limit.
It puts you into MP recharge specifically. It's like, and we're going to use Mulan's limit in this next room
for a pretty unintended reason. We'll let the results speak for themselves. But I am only able to use limits in battle, which is why this exploit I'm about to do is only kind of really useful in this one specific situation. And that's that you can fly when you're using Mulan's limit, Red Rocket.
What?
It's pretty good. It's also just a very good combat use limit, which I believe we use in this next fight.
In the no, actually,
No?
we just use a drive.
I mean that works too. There are so many combat options.
we
in
do
this game.
we do use a limit for the fight, the later fight, in the same area, though. Yeah, because we are going to be doing some revisits eventually.
Yeah, so something you mentioned about using a limit basically drains all of your magic. Is there ever a situation where you would specifically cast a bunch of spells first, or would you?
Yes,
Okay.
yes, absolutely. There's a lot of micromanagement of MP.
Yeah, there's a lot of micromanagement of all your resources throughout this game, including like when we're using drives specifically, because there's a mechanic in this game called anti-form, which is a way to try to prevent us from spamming out drives everywhere. Where if we use too many of them, we'll start getting a higher and higher chance of getting into anti-form, and it's a form where we're really vulnerable. We have no party members. We can't heal. It does surprisingly all right damage, but it's hard to really control.
Yeah, it would totally ruin whatever fight I'm trying to drive in the speedrun. Yeah, we'll talk more about anti-form later.
But
yeah,
we have some ways to manipulate it. But for now, we have Valor Form, and we have another gate we need to protect. Something about this game and gates. And we're going to try to take out these guys with Mulan there before they can get to the gate, so we don't have to worry about that for a bit, and then we can go nuts on
dodge the jerk bird.
Shouts the bird. That bird is more annoying than most everything else in this fight.
Yep.
So
I did change Mulan's AI earlier to try to get her to fight the Heartless and defend the gate. That was kind of bad positioning there. He got so far away from me, I wasn't able to slide into him. That's much closer, though.
Yeah, we also have Sliding Dash now, which is our ability to really close distances with fight and do some good damage. And a nice fight. Decent thing to point out, there's all boss fights in this game have to be ended with a finisher specifically. We cannot end the fight with just a random hit here and there. So has to be either a full combo or any magic or limit.
Or limit, yeah.
Or I think most any hit is drive form. Count.
Yeah, if you're in Valor form, any of your attacks count for that purpose, yeah.
Yeah, I think I called that the bald bull hit point when explaining it to me earlier.
There's a couple boss fights where that mechanic can be a really big problem, like Twilight Thorn, the first boss, can just live on a very long time if you're constantly getting knocked away from the boss by stuff before you can finish your combo. But hey, we got another gummy mission. I'll just say that this is, despite this being the second gummy mission in the run, this is easily not hard, but easily the most dangerous as far as how easily you can die. So yeah, just
this is a spooky one.
so I might shoot down some ships here and there to get health just for safety, because I do not want to die. If you die, you lose a lot of time and are very sad. But
you just, as long as you don't go over that score threshold, then it's all.
Yeah, the score threshold for losing frames on the results screen is pretty high too. I believe it's probably in the hundreds of thousands of points. It's been a long time since I've actually paid attention. But anyway, Stolteheim gummy missions.
Well, I'll try not to distract you too much. No guarantees, though, because we have this $25 donation as we bid farewell to Mulan. Let's get down to business to defeat the Huns. Did they send me daughters when I asked for runs? Somehow or another, I always end up singing in these marathons.
Keep it coming.
I also have a donation from Captain S. Took a while, but I caught up to the cloaked man who took Roxas's money. Here's everything he took, $50.
Yeah, Mickey did give us that money, by the way.
Mm-hmm.
I also want to bring attention to the fact that RPG Limit Break now has their own merchandise store. From hoodies to coffee mugs to even fanny packs, you're sure to find your new favorite RPG Limit Break branded gear. And the best part is, all proceeds from our merchandise goes directly toward funding RPGLB, so we can continue to bring you these awesome live events every year. To visit our online store, go to www.store.rpglimitbreak.com.
Yeah, you're just shooting down some nobody ships for safety here, and also these things that I love to call bullet bills.
Yeah.
So is this based on any Disney franchise, or is this bespoke Kingdom Hearts
This is just
material?
This is pretty much just all original
that's
Kingdom Hearts.
original.
Yeah.
Like a couple of the gummy missions seem to be vaguely based on the world they're protecting, but certainly not this one.
This one would fit perfectly going before Port Royal, the Pirates of the Caribbean world.
where are
if
you
ask
going
me.
now?
We're going to Olympus Coliseum, the Hercules themed world.
I feel like maybe
so,
they swapped some data files around here or something.
Because I know that the one that we're not doing before Atlantica, the Little Mermaid themed world, is pretty fitting. I think like Splash Lagoon or something like that. It's very
Something like that. I mean, the Pride Lands one is pretty fitting.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I guess it's just another example of how disconnected this is from the rest of the game.
Yeah,
because
I mean, yeah, I love this game and have for 20 years now. But one thing I will criticize about it is that they made the gummy mission world just totally disconnected from Sora's, because there's a fair bit of depth to it. Like you can do upgrades to your ship and do challenge categories for the gummy routes that give you prizes and stuff. But the prizes are just all for the gummy ships, like for upgrades and stuff. There's just really nothing that transfers back to Sora's world, which I do think is a bit unfortunate.
Yeah, because at least in the first game, you could find like gummy pieces and stuff throughout the Disney worlds, which would help flip it into this.
I mean, you were saying earlier that some of the categories in Final Mix just remove these outright, and that's
like on the
on
the PC version, there's a mod to just let you skip all gummy missions.
Yeah, and it's probably a big reason why is that they doesn't interact with the rest of the game at all. You're not really missing anything from the rest of the run if you just take these sections out.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
it's just a little.
I mean, it's a runner preference thing.
Yeah, just strikes.
I mean, it's not an issue for me because you can't do it on the PS2 version. But
it strikes me as an odd design decision from a game design perspective. But.
Yeah. But if you tune in to Birth by Sleep later this week, there will be no need to worry about gummies. So.
Yep. Yeah, no, I don't think any of the handheld Kingdom Hearts games had gummy missions.
No, Dream Drop Distance had dives, which is a whole other thing.
Okay, yeah. I know that had a pretty nice reward for getting good at them, though.
Yeah, you get rewarded with Keyblades and other cool stuff for doing well in those. So,
all right, so we're going to Olympus Coliseum, which is a returning world from Kingdom Hearts 1, only the focus is on the underworld primarily in this game instead of the actual Coliseum. And this is one of the longest worlds in the run, too, as far as just how much moving around we have to do, how much combat, and how many mini-games, too. Try to start to save about a second or two with a slide dash there, but locked onto the wrong enemy and wasted time instead. But an unfortunate thing, though, is that there's a lot of movement I have to do here, and there's not a whole lot I can really do to speed it up, unfortunately, because I was using drive forms for speeding up my movement before, but when you're in the underworld is ruled by Hades, who's our main antagonist here, and Hades is sealing Sora's powers away in a few ways, and the way that manifests itself is that you can't use drive gauges. Like, you notice how the drive gauge in the HUD has chains around it. So
Yeah, I don't think I had noticed that when I was watching you last night, but yeah, I noticed them just now before you said anything.
Yeah, because canonically, everyone's supposed to be much weaker and unable to really fight in the underworld, and locking our drive forms is how, gameplay-wise, they symbolize that.
Probably hear another thing from Stolteheim, too. We got one more fairly lengthy map we have to walk through before we get to Hades' room. So got like one word for us, Stolteheim?
Thank you very much. I want to send a shout out to the people involved with our foreign language restreams. Our French restream can be found at twitch.tv/thefrenchRestream, and our Japanese restream at twitch.tv/Japanese_restream. If those restreams can help you better enjoy the marathon, please go check them out and send them some love, especially the French restream. I know it's really late right now. You guys are real troopers sticking it out this late. Thank you very much for all your hard work.
And merci beaucoup.
Merci. So, if you're wondering why our incentive for Fight Hades said parentheses for real, so this fight, Hades is invincible. We get a certain amount of hits on him, and then the fight ends, and then we get a cutscene where it's like, oh no, Hades rules the underworld, so we're powerless to do anything. So now we have to do a fight the community lovingly calls Hades Escape.
Yep. I like to call it Feel the Heat. For reasons that will become very obvious very quickly.
Oh, so that's what that donation was about.
And in this fight, Hades is invulnerable, and Hades is going to teleport around and throw fireballs at us. Like so. And in the meantime, we have to take out certain amounts of Heartless before we can continue moving on with the world. We also have Orin in our party now from FF10, which is pretty cool integration of that game, kind of.
I do love the storyline here where it's integrating the afterlife mythologies from Hercules and from Final Fantasy X. The idea is that Pete and Hades are trying to manipulate Orin because he's not alive.
And shout out the FF10 10-2 relay later in the week.
Yes.
So be sure to watch that. But for now, we are feeling the heat. This fight could get spooky. And this is why we would really like to meet that incentive to fight him for real, because we would really like some revenge on this guy for this. Like, we can't do anything without him.
And he pretty much always gets the last laugh in every interaction we have with him in the first visit to Olympus. And the revisit here is completely optional and isn't part of a normal any % run. So yeah, if you want to make me really have a good time with this run tonight, just along with the obvious reasons of getting to raise money for Nami, donate to get the Fight Hades for real incentive, Matt, because then we'll get to actually hoist this guy at his own petard.
We have raised $545 so far out of $1,500, so we're about 1/3 of the way there. We still have plenty of time, but we do appreciate all of your donations working toward that goal. We would absolutely love to make Hades feel defeat.
Very nice. Yeah, this is a rough early game.
Fairly slow, to be honest, too, and some of it's outside of my control, but in particular what Hades does.
Yeah, this is a big reset point, especially for harder difficulty runs, where Hades can absolutely just wreck your day, and you can die here repeatedly for reasons that are mostly out of your control.
Yeah, just for marathon safety, I'm also detouring just a smidge here to grab the larger money drops, too, just to ideally afford an extra ether at the end.
We got out of there, so that's good.
Yeah, so just to clarify, the incentive where we go back and get revenge on him, about when do we need to have that met by?
I would ideally like to do that before starting the end game, which should probably be roughly like 3 hours and 45 minutes or so into the run. So, and I could extend it a bit further beyond that, but it would add the least amount of time to the run if I did it at that point. But if need be, I could insert it before the final boss.
I'm sure we could meet it well before then.
Mm-hmm.
Speaking of, with respect to the other super boss incentive, we have $25 from Sephiroth. Let's fight.
Sephiroth.
Or I'll add more superfluous belts to my outfit.
Yeah, that's a cool fight. You want to see that too. That we would need just before the end of the run.
Mm-hmm. All right. So after we escaped from Hades, at least briefly, he and Pete sick Cerberus on us. He's a returning boss from Kingdom Hearts 1.
Yeah, much smaller in this game. Or Sora's much bigger. Either way.
Yeah. So there's a bit of randomness to what Cerberus does as far as whether he snaps or jumps. Ideally, more snaps or less jumps. And that the falling rocks on from the ceiling can mess me up too. Tried to go for little chip damage here and there too when I look in.
Yeah, I love how the blizzard will go through his backside until it hits the heads. Yeah, because he likes to jump and then he spins around. The boulders are doing things in the meantime, and Orin's Limit is really cool.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, this fight we are having to do just with Orin too. But yeah, and whenever you use a limit, you are invincible too.
Yep.
So I was kind of iframing effectively through his fireball attack there.
Yep, and you can choose or not to do the finisher of the limits, which that finisher is just a long animation that doesn't deal a lot of damage.
Mm-hmm.
So this reaction command, really useful because it stuns them, and we can finally just get some combos in. Oh,
until the rock
said no anyway.
And yeah, he probably would have died before jumping if the rock hadn't knocked me away.
Has that ever happened before?
Yes, yes. It's not super common, but it does happen.
Yeah, in the final mix ports of this game, there is a difficulty mode they added called Critical Mode, which is a even harder difficulty than Proud Mode in this version of the game, where you do a lot more damage, but enemies do much more damage in turn.
Mm-hmm.
And if you're familiar with speedruns of that, we'll take an intentional death there, so we don't have to deal with the annoying rocks and the combos.
We let Mickey take care of Cerberus for us in Critical Mode.
Yeah, those runs are also very cool and worth checking out after this. A lot of cool strats have been over, and like a lot of cool strats have been found in that and then kind of brought back over here.
Because one thing I just love about this game is that the different versions of it have different identities as a speedrun too. Because there's just a lot, even if there's not a lot of content differences in some cases, there's just rebalancing.
Yeah, because we're going over pretty much the same fights that a final mix, like critical speed run of this game would go through. But especially as we keep going, we unlock more abilities that final mix would not. Like some of these fights become very different from the final mix counterpart.
Yeah, that's very timely too, because we're going to get aerial spiral after the training here. It's considerably earlier than we would in final mix.
Yeah, very good ability.
Yeah, it's basically like slide dash in the air.
So this is Urns.
To Urns.
To Urns. So we just have to get 20 of these, which not too much to say about. Just do combos, pick up the orbs.
Yeah, you can only break the Urns with combo finishers, though.
Yep, shout out the randomizer where you can get the end game finishers and blow up everything on the screen.
Yep. Or take end game stuff into Roxas's scenario, too.
Like, Rox is just T-posing every time you want to do a solo trinity or a power form or something.
Yeah. All right, so round 2 of the fill training here is you can need 100 points instead of 20. But this is also where what I consider to be the only useful glitch in the game, too, for speed, which is specific to this mini game. Because once I've broken enough of the smaller urns, a big one is eventually going to spawn, which drops orbs that give me 10 points instead of 1. But if I break the big urn and smaller ones with the same hit, then the small urns will also drop 10-point orbs. So I'm kind of trying to rush towards spawning the big one. There it is. That's kind of a
There
bad
you
point,
go.
though. So I'm just going to kind of poke it to get it closer to smaller ones. All right, there we go. Oh yeah, and then I guess we didn't really explain earlier too that in addition to getting like stats and stats and abilities through leveling up, you also get bonuses sometimes just from completing certain fights or mini games too. Like there, we got the aerial spiral ability for completing the fill training, and that like the abilities we're getting here are really, really good too. That's part of why we're taking the route through the first loop of Disney Worlds that we are, because some of the stuff we're getting here is going to be really, really, really effective against the fights I have to do in the next world. We're going to Beast Castle.
Yeah, in the first Kingdom Hearts game, you get experience from beating bosses. In this game, you don't. You get rewards that are just story rewards. Like you beat this boss, you get this cool ability or combo finisher or magic or drive form or something along those lines. But story-wise, we went up to Herc to be like, hey, Hades is a pain. Do you have any way to work around the underworld curse? And Herc is like, yeah, sure, we have a medal for that. And then we get it, and it instantly gets stolen by a Organization 13 member that we're about to run into.
Yep. Yeah, so we're got some movement through the underworld, where I'm gonna grab a couple chests that have useful stuff in them, namely an ether and an AP boost. So I guess before we get to track down the thief of the Olympus Stone, hey Stoltenheim, take it away.
Well, I just wanted to remind everybody watching what we are putting on this show for, what we're raising money for. Did you know that roughly 1 out of 5 Americans lives with a mental health condition? We at RPG Limit Break are proud to be raising money for the National Alliance on Mental Illness, a charity that works tirelessly toward cracking the code of mental illness through education, leadership, and increasing the availability of care. Please join RPG Limit Break in supporting this incredibly worthy cause.
All right, so we get tested by a member of Organization 13 called Demix, and
Dance, water, dance.
Dance, water, dance. Yep, and then this is kind of portrayed as a fight, but I really just view it as kind of another fill training sequence here, where there's just a lot of RNG, random stuff happening that matters for how long this takes. That's outside our control. So here, Demix is just summoning a ton of water clones of himself, because every organization member has an element that they're themed around, and Demix is water. And I think it's 80 water clones we have to dispose of here.
And this wild dance reaction command is our best way to do that, because we whip it all around and it gathers them in an area. And when exactly can we use it? When the game wants us to?
Yeah, I do have to hit the water clone to proc it, but yeah, there's what Sora does after starting it is pretty random too. But yeah, we've recovered the Olympus Stone, and now we can use drive forms just in time to not have to really do much with movement. But we are going to be using it on both of the upcoming boss fights.
It's a shame, but what can you do?
I mean, it works thematically. It's just kind of unfortunate for the speedrun.
Yeah, I always personally have kind of a little torn about when they decide to remove a critical mechanic like that just to make it more difficult. Sometimes it can work, sometimes it doesn't.
Yeah, story-wise, it makes sense here.
So yeah, and we also found out that Meg, who's Hercules' love interest, was kidnapped by Hades and Pete, so we're trying to rescue her. This is our first time actually fighting Pete, although this is a 2-stage fight, where for the first phase here, we can hurt Pete, but we can't kill him or beat him. We can get him down to 1 HP, but the fight won't actually end. So we're just using this as an opportunity to kind of grind the Heartless that he summons for experience and money.
Yeah, but don't worry, we will get our revenge on Jim Cummings Pete later, but we need your help to get revenge on Hades.
There's some fair bit of randomness to when Pete decides to call more Heartless too. I'm trying to hitting him to try to kind of bait him into doing it, but
yeah, see, his HP is there, and doesn't matter.
I think it's kind of just random whether he does that or this, and then call more Heartless.
Yeah, which we prefer him to call more Heartless so we can just get more experience. Like this, especially compared to other speed runs of games in the series, this run isn't that random, but there are a lot of like little bits of RNG here and there that can potentially add up if they all really start to go against you.
Yep. All right, so now we're fighting Pete for real, and let's see if we get the good opening. And we didn't. He immediately went into his barrier.
Yeah, this was when I was watching you practice last night. This was the one where he just kept spamming
Yeah,
barrier.
he did this like 4 times in a row.
Yeah, nothing we can do about the barrier. Meantime, Valor Form, very good. There's also a nice little trick to Valor Form where if you press the square button, you can instantly finish your combo and do a finisher, which puwexil did the great effect there.
Yeah, because once I kind of recognized that a shorter combo would finish him off, then I just did that.
Yeah, he seemed a lot more cooperative that time. Than
Yep.
last night.
Yeah, he only did it like twice, I think, instead of 4 times. All right, so did a little menuing sequence there where I equipped 2 very, very important abilities called Trinity Limit and Aerial Spiral. We kind of talked about what Aerial Spiral does already. It's a sliding dash in the air, but then Trinity Limit is kind of like the limit I was using with Orin is for Sora, and then also Donald and Goofy if they're with him. So then the final boss of Olympus, which is the Hydra, we're going to be using a lot of Trinity Limits because kind of the short version is that when we have our full party assembled, we can have up to all 3 of them do their own kind of part of it, and then those attacks don't really do damage directly, but they kind of add to the amount of damage that the finishing part of it does.
Yeah, we will see a lot of Trinity Limit throughout this run because A, it's just very good, and B, it's even better in this version of the game because Final Mix, on top of changing where you get things, they rebalance some things. Trinity, they tune down a little bit, to say the least, in the Final Mix version.
Just for safety, I'm grabbing some of these gold balls that refill your drive gauge, just to ensure that I have 3 drives once I've taken out 3 heads.
Does Danny DeVito still voice What's-His-Face?
Oh, Phil, I do not know.
I don't know.
I'm sure chat can look it up for us.
Well, right now, chat is just parroting a particular quote relevant to this fight.
Yeah,
Get on the Hydra's back!
Yeah, which we will hopefully not hear.
Nice camera angle here. We don't even see what's going on.
I don't remember that happening last night.
Yeah, and Trinity's damage is based on the amount of hits you get, so unfortunately a lot of whiffs there.
I was just so disoriented by just being in a part of the arena I don't normally end up in after using Trinity Limit that I didn't get.
No, the camera was very interesting there.
Yeah. So I would ideally like to get some meaningful damage while I'm in Valor Form and some meaningful Valor Form experience too. Okay, there we go. That's very early level 2.
Yeah, that's nice. And hopefully this Trinity should finish it off.
Yep. If I was being riskier too, I wouldn't use all 3 of their attacks for it, but I just want to make sure this kills it, because if it survives this, that's really bad for speed. All right, we got him.
There we go. And the cool finish.
And finish him. So yeah, the strategy, kind of the general. Another mechanic about drive forms, by the way, is that when you go into a drive form, you get fully healed and your MP refilled too. That was why I made the detour to pick up that drive recovery back in Hollow Bastion, so that I could work towards getting 3 drive bars during the Hydra fight, and then get MP refilled without needing to use ethers.
Yeah, so those drive refills, you can't purchase those. You can only find them, or
I think it's either find or synthesize, I want to say. No, you cannot buy them at regular shops, no. That would be pretty nice if you could.
Would be. And otherwise, you refill drive just by most game actions. I mean, hitting enemies.
Yeah, I guess another thing is that the drive recoveries are different in this version compared to Final Mix, too, because a regular drive recovery in original is 1 drive bar, and in Final Mix it's 3. So they kind of made those items more useful. So anyway, after we've finished the 2 Disney worlds, we get a little interlude here where we're introduced to a fully optional mini-game-based world called 100 Acre Wood, which is Winnie the Pooh's world. A lot of good Jim Cummings voice.
Yeah, some more Jim Cummings for you.
Yep. And this is and we're not like an hour 20 into this run, and I'm finally going to be swapping my Keyblade out now too, just because the Keyblade I picked up from Olympus is actually really good, called Hero's Crest, because it gives me a nice strength boost, but also as an ability. Every Keyblade in the game is a passive ability that you get for having it equipped too, and the one Hero's Crest has makes the finishing move of an aerial combo stronger.
How many times do you swap Keyblades throughout the course of the run?
A few.
A few. It's not like dozens and dozens, but I don't know. I would guess maybe like 12 to 15 or so.
Yeah, this is another fight where we could die, and that would end it, but we're on beginner, and that's slow. So instead, Trinity Limit.
Yep. Yeah, and for that one, I only used Goofy's part of the Trinity Limit because these are pretty low health enemies, and if I used Donald or Sora's part, that would just drag it out longer for nothing. So yeah, we're just introduced to 100 Acre Wood at this point, where the Heartless steal Winnie the Pooh's book world and rip pages out of it, which makes Pooh forget who Sora is, and then kind of we can find those pages and chests throughout the rest of the game, and then we're kind of return them to the book in order to play mini games that give us nice rewards.
Yeah, fun world, very cute, too slow. We're done.
Yep.
We're not seeing it
I like how
again.
family friendly it is too, because your attack option becomes just hit instead, because there's no fighting in 100 Acre Wood.
Yep, no enemies to beat up, just Jim Cummings and all his friends doing mini games.
I think Jim voices Tigger too, actually.
I believe he does.
Yeah.
The whole UI changing to suit each world is a really
Oh
nice touch.
yeah, that's something they added to this game that I love so much too. Like your menu style and stuff changes in each world. All right, so gummy mission for Beast Castle. I think we know what that means.
Oh boy. Well, to answer our previous question about voice actors, $25 from Zathian, who says Phil is voiced by a voice match artist named Bobby Costanzo.
Okay.
So
He does a good job.
Interesting to know. Yeah. I would like to provide some more information regarding the charity we partner with here at RPG Limit Break. The National Alliance on Mental Illness was formed in 1979 as a grassroots advocacy organization by a group of parents whose children suffered with serious mental illnesses. They have maintained that focus to this day. The NAMI Helpline is a free US-based nationwide peer support service providing information, resource referrals, and support to people living with mental health conditions, their family members, caregivers, and mental health providers. The NAMI Helpline is available Monday through Friday from 10 a.m. to 10 p.m. Eastern Time via phone call, text, and live web chat. To reach the NAMI Helpline, please call 1-800-950-6264 or visit nami.org/help to access all NAMI Helpline resources and contact information. Thank you very much.
Got any more? Or we still got a bit of gummy mission to go.
Well, so far, things are looking a little bit quiet. Let me just gather my bearings for a second here.
At least the music is good.
Yeah, like I was saying earlier when we had our first gummy mission too. I mean, I like some people choose to run a version of the game where you can mod them out because this doesn't really. There isn't skill involved with this, and it just kind of consumes your time. But I have never minded it personally because it's just kind of a nice chill little break in a run that otherwise doesn't have many because you're always kind of moving and you skip all cutscenes. But also just the music is great too. I mean, I'm a big fan of Yoko Shimomura's music, who's the main composer for this series, and I think she's the solo composer for this game's soundtrack too.
Shimomura has scored some of my favorite soundtracks in all of the video game industry. She's done, obviously, her work for Kingdom Hearts. I loved her work on Legend of Mana. That's one of my favorite soundtracks.
Oh, yeah, same, yeah.
She was also the composer for Guile's theme in Street Fighter.
Yep.
So she is very well traveled, and she has just an amazing amount of range in her compositional work. I did want to say with the previous Gummy Ship mission, it kind of reminded me of Treasure Planet with all of the, the spacefaring pirate ship looking things, but I guess Disney just didn't want to acknowledge that.
Where's our Treasure Planet world?
Yeah, I mean, if they keep making these games, they're eventually going to have to really dig deep in order to, maybe they'll eventually do a black hole themed
Yeah, I was about
world
to
or
bring that one
something.
up.
Or we can visit Olympus again.
Yeah, which is in all 3 of the mainline games, yeah.
And Birth by Sleep.
And Chain of Memories.
Yeah, Maximilian from Black Hole would make an interesting encounter, I think.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, Tron's in this game. They've come up with some interesting polls before.
Yep.
Have they done Emperor's New Groove in any of these?
No.
Oh, come on. It's my favorite.
Yeah, well, they need Patrick Warburton for sure for maximum
that's-
crunk, yeah.
That's a good point.
All right, so Beast Castle is considerably shorter than Olympus. I want to say there's only 4 total fights I have to do here. So the first fight has kind of the same mechanics behind it that we've talked about a few times, where there's multiple win conditions, where you either time passes, you get into low health, or you get a bunch of hits. But Trinity Limit gives us a lot of hits very, very fast, and bye-bye.
Pretty good. Yeah.
Sorry, I blinked and I missed it. Can you do that again?
Oh, there'll be more, but kind of like I was saying too. I mean, that's the tools that we obtained in Olympus are really, really good. So we we have to do either Land of Dragons or Beast Castle in order to unlock Olympus. But yeah, we're kind of rushing towards Olympus in order to get Trinity Limit and to get Aerial Spiral and the Hero's Crest Keyblade. Because both of them are really, all of those are extremely effective here.
Played the game before will know that the battle world, the recommended level in Beast Castle is less than Olympus. So, the game kind of recommends you do both Land of Dragons and Beast Castle before you go there. But the rewards we get from doing Olympus are so good that they speed up Beast Castle a lot.
Mm-hmm.
So it's very worth our time to go to Olympus when we're maybe slightly underleveled than what the game would prefer, and just get our rewards, speed up Beast Castle. Lose some time in Olympus to speed up Beast Castle much more.
Yeah. Pessilist mentioned battle levels too, because the game does do some scaling of enemy stats based on what order you do worlds in too. Like every time you finish a world, other worlds you haven't gone to yet raise their battle level. It's not a mechanic that's really heavily involved in any percent, but in the all worlds category for this game, I know there's some tricks done to manipulate battle level. So just a mashing game while we push Madame de la Grande Bouche away from the wall here.
Classic 3-cycle.
Yep. And we're also going to, and then for this next fight, I'm going to be using actually the reward I got from for the brief visit to 100 Acre Wood, which is our first summon, because this game does have a summon system where there's 4 total summons, and it's something that very few people really tap into that much playing this game casually. I certainly didn't, and there's a reason for that too, which is that summons use your drive gauges, and they're not really quite as sexy as drives as far as what they do for you.
But they're very good. Chicken Little, the main thing we use him for is his whistle here, and when he whistles, he clumps enemies together, which very useful for so we can use some AoE damage, or in this case to get these gargoyles just out of our way, so we can focus on the boss here.
Wait, I'm sorry. Where did Chicken Little come from? What world is this?
No world. He just kind of shows up.
Yeah, and then this fight actually has a completely different strat that's a lot faster but a lot riskier too, where you use Valor Form to try to go for a 1-cycle kill on this boss called Thresholder, but it's really touchy, and the consequences for failing the 1-cycle are pretty steep too, as far as time loss. So I'm just using a much safer strategy where I use Chicken Little to whistle in the spawn Heartless, so I can just kind of focus down the 2 cycles of Thresholder.
Yeah, we get, I believe 3 of our summons do not have a world, and they all, except for Stitch, kind of just come up out of nowhere.
Yep.
Stitch was at least integrated into the story, technically.
Yeah, you see Stitch running around in Hollow Bastion during cutscenes, yeah.
And then he like gets you stuck into the Tron world.
Yeah, but yeah, if you want to see more Stitch, though, watch the BBS relay coming up on Thursday.
Oh man,
Yep,
I
there
loved
will be
Lilo and
more
Stitch as a
Stitch.
kid.
All right, so we've got another mini game here. This is kind of a little reminiscent of the Mulan training mini games. We're kind of sort of racing the clock to complete an objective before a meter runs out. But in this version of the game, the Cogsworth's grip meter goes down so slowly that it just might as well not exist at all. I know they sped it up quite a bit in Final Mix, so that it does make you sweat a little bit more.
Yeah, Final Mix you have to try a little bit.
But yeah, if the meter runs out, I mean, you don't die or anything. Just the lanterns all retract into the ceiling, and you'd have to go back to where Cogsworth is to get him to help him pull the lever again.
Is this off? I think this will do the trick.
All right, easy peasy. So if I didn't already have level 2 Valor Form, I'd probably just whack some Heartless at this point, just for safety, just to ensure that I had it. But I got it off of the Hydra fight. Like that was actually kind of a bit of a silver lining of having a slightly trolly P2 fight too. That I just got more. Essentially, I'm gonna get this chest here. Got slightly more Valor Form experience than I normally would. Because Valor Form experience is just hitting something with your Keyblade while in Valor Form. So story-wise, what's going on here really is just that Beast is being manipulated by Zaldin, who's a member of Organization 13, and Beast is just kind of gets driven into a berserk rage at this point. We have to kind of use the power of friendship to calm him down, and the power of Valor Form,
And the power of Cogsworth, I guess.
There, just do some two optimized aerial combos with Valor Form to get Beast to 1 HP, then use Cogsworth's reaction command to end the fight. Another nice thing about Valor Form too is that even when you're on the ground, if you press the square button, you will start an aerial combo, which is useful in some situations.
Looking at all the animations for the Disney characters, it's impressive how they replicated that squash and stretch kind of style.
Yeah, for sure. All right, so we're coming up on the end of this world. It's quite a bit shorter than the last one. This is one of our few opportunities to use the in-game save system to warp, because you enter and leave worlds generally through save points. And the way you progress through most of the worlds in this game doesn't really require a lot of backtracking, but you do in this one, as far as needing to go to the other wing of the castle to look for Belle. So we use a save point to do that faster. A little micro optimization there with pre-selecting Trinity limit, so that the cursor is already on it when I need it for the next fight.
Yeah, menuing in this game, like in combat, can be deceptively difficult. Because attacking is the X button, but what the X button's actually doing is selecting what you are hovering in the command menu in the bottom left. So if you want to use a limit or change your party members or go into a drive form, then you are not attacking. You gotta be quick with that selection there and be like on it.
All right, so last boss fight for Beast Castle here. This is a 2-stage fight. For the first phase called Shadow Stalker, I start by walking backwards to manipulate his AI to go into the floor instead of the ceiling. Take out the chandelier. Okay, still got the quick-ish kill. Not the super fast quick kill, but...
Yeah, it's possible to get him before he goes into the wall there. It's tricky.
Part of what makes it hard is RNG, too, as far as how he moves, too, before going into the window. So I have a little sliver of drive left, which will hopefully be enough to let me do the quick kill on Darkthorn, the next boss, a.k.a. Ifrit from Final Fantasy X.
Is it actually the same model?
I'm pretty sure it's almost an identical model. All right, so I basically just did a quick combo in Valor Form to get a bit of damage off.
Yeah, and our first solo Trinity usage here. Where at Trinity, you saw Trinity when we have Sora, Donald, and Goofy. It does that big attack where we are hitting a bunch of things and damage based on the number of hits we do. If it's only Sora in the party, or if just Donald and Goofy are not in the party, then it will go into solo Trinity, where Sora goes ham like that.
Yep.
And it's very, very good.
Yep, especially in this version of the game.
If you're used to Final Mix, it's better than Final Mix, and it's pretty good in Final Mix.
Yeah, I wonder if I didn't actually have enough Valor left or something, because he's usually dead after Trinity Limit there, so I must have just missed some damage at the start or something.
Maybe without the quick kill, you had a little less drive or something.
Mm-hmm. Part of it too is that if I don't beat the first phase fast enough, I don't collect the drive drops from the chandelier too, because that's actually a subtle mechanic that matters sometimes in the run too. Is that whenever you finish a forced fight, if there's any drops on the ground of any kind, really, money, health, items, you'll be given all of them automatically during the victory pose. But in that, if I'd have killed the first phase faster, I would have picked up some drive recovery balls dropped by the chandelier. But it took long enough that they despawned.
Yeah, so our first world without needing a gummy mission, isn't that something?
Yep.
We get into a Disney Castle.
Yeah, which is a full-on explorable world in this game. It was in Kingdom Hearts 1, but only for cutscenes. This really kind of feels like going to Disneyland too, as far as just how Mickey Mouse themed it is.
No, it seems like they seem to pull a lot of reference from the theme parks for some of these worlds, I think. Like,
yeah.
There's a similar one in Birth by Sleep you'll see later this week called Disney Town that looks very similar, like the Toontown area from the parks.
Yeah, and then there's Kingdom Hearts 3 where they drop all subtlety and then have the attractions.
And then you're literally riding the theme park ride.
Okay, so anyway, kind of story-wise, what's happening here is that Disney Castle, which is where King Mickey lives, is kind of under attack by Pete and the Heartless, who are trying to steal the Cornerstone, which is the power source for King Mickey. And Mickey is off trying to get more information about the organization at this point. So we're tasked to escort Minnie to where the Cornerstone is. We have kind of two escort missions here, but as you should be noticing rapidly here, though, Minnie really doesn't need our help much, and she can do this.
Seems good. It's also possible to kind of push her up against the wall and kind of just shove her along, which is very difficult.
It looks easy if you watch somebody do it, but every time I've tried to do it, I've failed because you have to be just at an absolute perfect direction on your analog stick to get at the push without clipping around her in the process.
Yeah, and I love that door gag with the massive door, and then they open the little cutout that they actually need to get through.
This way.
As a same thing as the last room, really. We're just going to clear a path here. Plexel's moving a certain amount before calling Minnie over, because if Sora's not moved enough and calls Minnie over, she likes to get stuck and not move. And
yeah, if she walks into Sora while he's still waving, then she stops, and you wasted the RC.
Yeah, and then you have to do it again, because she'll just stop altogether until you actually wave her over.
Yeah, but I guess after we finish this escort mission, we're going to get a bonus level that gives us an extra accessory slot, because Sora just kind of realizes suddenly that he has multiple fingers and pockets and stuff that he can equip stuff in. So we're going to equip this Sardonyx ring that I picked up, or that I bought from the Moogle shop back in Beast Castle. And then that gives me +1 strength and +1 AP being points towards equipping abilities. And then also with using some AP boost, that'll let me re-equip Combo Boost, which just makes your ground combos a bit stronger. And then we do have a bit of backtracking we have to do in order to go find Merlin. So I guess while we're taking care of that, let's hear a bit from Stoltenheim.
Well, I am kind of curious to hear your thoughts on the run in general. What's your favorite world to run through in this? And is there like some room for variety in people's opinions on the worlds, or is there like a community consensus, this is the best one?
Oh, that's a tough one, actually. Well, I will definitely say my not favorite world is Twilight Town. Like all visits to it have something kind of obnoxious in them, and then like for the early game, there's just a lot of fights that just I don't really find that fun to optimize because you don't have kind of useful abilities for them. As far as what I do enjoy, though. The final world, the world that never was, is pretty fun, especially in this version of the game, because just the stuff that got nerfed in Final Mix just shines really, really strongly in the end game for PlayStation 2 KH2.
Yeah, I think community consensus doesn't love the Roxas prologue, and I don't know the consensus in terms of what they do love necessarily.
I mean, I do like a lot of the worlds that have like really unique visual aesthetics to them. Like, well, like I guess this one is this is a really fun one too. So
Oh, yeah.
we're going into a world now called Timeless River, which is based on Steamboat Willie, the first animated cartoon that had Mickey Mouse in it from, I believe, the 1920s.
Yeah, I've seen little bits and pieces of this.
I know as of now, 2026, Steamboat Willie is in the public domain. So using Steamboat Willie in like video games and stuff is easier now than it was in 2006 when this game came out. But yeah, this is really such a clever way to work this really, really super retro themed world in here, because kind of what's happening is that Pete is found a door that leads into the past that he's using to try to prevent Disney Castle from being built by stealing the cornerstone.
And they even muffle the music and sound effects
Yeah,
to
to make
kind
it
of match that old.
Along with running like the
cartoon
voice
stuff.
acting through a filter that makes it sound like really old microphones.
Yeah, Sora's got a
really
different
good.
face too.
No, the aesthetic of this world's great.
Yeah, and then I love the a lot of the text that appears in the upper left corner for some of these fights too, especially the next one I'm going to after this. But
Yeah, so now there are 4 windows that have shown up because plot, and we have to go into each of them, and like Mickey's from the past is in there being mischievous, and Heartless are in there, and we need to take care of the Heartless. And Chicken Little's whistle, you can see very powerful to get these enemies near us, and then we have fire as an AoE, and that fire gets these guys to explode, which we don't love as much. They're a little bit of a pain, so...
The modern Chicken Little portrait is such a sore thumb.
you know what? I've never thought about that before, but that is dead on. And then in between each of those windows, which you can do in whatever order you want, you also get flashbacks about Pete too, because Pete from the past is in here too, along with Pete from the present, who's time traveling, and kind of past Pete is just kind of a troublemaker that's trying to make money from his ship. Oh yeah, defend all of the Heartless while defending the furniture, by the way, too, is our goal here. But present Pete is trying to take over the multiverse with the Heartless.
You just reminded me of one of the other properties they haven't brought into Kingdom Hearts yet. It's Goof Troop, right?
That is correct, yeah.
But that's not Pete from Goof Troop, not the jerk neighbor. It's different.
No, that is Pete. That you will
it's
you
got
will
the swag
see
here,
this
too.
version's Pete's evil origin story in the Birth by Sleep run.
Okay.
Captain Justice.
It's frankly, I don't blame him for taking this heel turn after what happened in that game.
Yeah, if you saw me kind of nodding with satisfaction at the end of that last fight, too, I basically killed like 8 small Heartless in one combo, too, which is very satisfying to land. And the general kind of combos I'm doing here, too, is actually using Blizzard, and then a physical attack, just because that speeds up the animation and gives me the damage I need. Now we're in just kind of a Lilliputian town here. Both here and then in a later event where I'm fighting in here too. I'm trying to kind of avoid being near the tower as much as possible, because that can knock me away.
Yeah, see again Magic's utility in this game, just using it to start combos and get us to our finishers quicker. Like, this is one, in many Kingdom Hearts games, Magic is just very good at dealing damage. And this one, it can deal damage, but it's much more useful and got kind of in its prime when you're using it with the combo strings and you're integrating it into the physical combat.
Okay, so we got one more window, and this one's actually going to play out fairly differently than the first three, where I was using Chicken Little to whistle in the Heartless and then take them out with combos. Yeah, this one, the first half of it is a lot like Land of Dragons, actually, where there's just a wave of shadows that I'm going to use fire on.
Yep, and everyone's favorite Heartless, the cars.
Yep. And there's very little difference between original KH2 and Final Mix as far as enemy patterns, but for just whatever reason in Final Mix, they added another car to this fight. But fortunately in this one, there's just two, and I can cheese them out with Trinity Limit. The reason the cars are obnoxious, by the way, too, is when they really get going, they become invincible while they're kind of dashing back and forth across the room.
Yeah, they become invincible and they charge at you constantly, especially like, you know, when I was younger in this game, pressing X a lot, and then they would get invincible and charge at me. I'm like, that's mean.
Mm-hmm. All right, so we're kind of coming up on the end here. We first have a what's kind of really not a glorified mini game more than a boss fight here, where we're trying to stop Pete from escaping down the river with the cornerstone. First, we need to just knock some very cartoonish pots and pans back at him. Use the opportunity to grab this chest for a synthesis item that I'll need later. And now I just start, and then I'm kind of abusing the fact that when I'm in Valor form, I do get the bonuses of both Keyblades at once, too, which just makes me do a lot more damage here than I'm supposed to. Yeah, this is random, by the way, too, when the hook tries to throw me off.
I genuinely couldn't even tell you were in Valor form because I was looking for the red. But
Yes.
There's a little bit of a red tint on Sora's portrait.
All right, that was pretty decent. I mean, I played it pretty safe, because you usually have enough time after each hook cycle to get 2 full combos in, but then after that, I kind of try to just start poking at him, so that because if you're in the middle of a combo finisher when the hook tries to throw you off, you generally don't have enough time to hit the RC to stay on. And if you get thrown off, that's very slow at that point, then, because you have to fight some Heartless before you can get back on the hook. And this fight I like to refer to as the Adventures of Pete and Pete, by the way, too. And shoutouts to anybody old enough to get that reference. This fight's actually a hair easier than Final Mix, too, because of having Aerial Spiral, too, which you don't have by this point.
Very good ability, yeah. Trinity, also very good ability.
Yep. Yeah, we're just basically... This is a 5-stage boss fight where we're chasing Pete around through all of the parts of Timeless River we went to. And then just like I guess it's the room first.
So how many times do you fight Pete in this room?
This is the last
this
time,
is it.
actually.
Oh, okay.
This is our revenge on him for OC right now.
Yep.
Also, how many times is that then? Like 5?
Well, if you count actually fighting him and not just fighting wounds that he 6 on us, it's 3.
Oh, okay.
So for this window, I do, in particular, want to try to keep him away from the towers, because those can knock me away and waste some time. All right, let's see if I get this way. Do you finish? There we go.
Nice.
Good stuff.
And getting Reflect Magic there, which very useful. We will be seeing quite a bit of that.
Mm-hmm. Not quite as much as in Final Mix, just
No.
because Reflect did get buffed in Final Mix.
Yeah, it is better at dealing damage in Final Mix than it is in this version of the game, but it's still a very good
It's still
utility
very
spell.
good, yeah. Yeah, and what it does too, just you get a shield, and if something attacks you physically when you have the shield up, you'll do a rebound splash effect that does damage. All right, so once we've done the first loop with 3 Disney worlds, and that we then have to do Disney Castle and Timeless River. It's kind of a bit of an interlude at that point, but then now we're progressing to the next set of Disney worlds. So one of the 2 we can go to at this point is Atlantica, which is Ariel, the Little Mermaid's world. And that's kind of like Winnie the Pooh's world. That's a pure mini game based world where you do musical numbers.
And not required.
Yep, and it is optional, and we will be skipping it. So we are doing. We're actually going to be going now to Kingdom Hearts' first foray into Disney live action in the form of Pirates of the Caribbean.
But this is another gummy ship section. If I could request the audio tech to mute my headset so I can take a pit stop real quick. Thank you.
And let's hear a pit stop from Stolteheim, too.
You got it. We have $25 from Sif Moonweaver. Kingdom Hearts is my favorite series, and it's fun seeing speedruns of it. Thanks for raising money for a great cause. You're all awesome. Let's get those incentives met. A quick update on those. We have raised $500 to fight Sephiroth, and we've raised just shy of $600 to fight Hades for real. So if you want to see puwexil make Hades eat his words and clip Sephiroth's wing, get your donations in so we can get those incentives met. We've got roughly 2 hours left to get those done in the most time-optimal way. So I think we can get that done.
Yeah, we have some time, but puwexil's fast, so you have less than you think.
Yep. Yeah, again, I would really prefer to do the Hades 2 fight before I go to the final world, and then kind of at the pace this run looks to be on so far, I would guesstimate somewhere between like 3:45 and 3:55 or so as far as when that'll be. Could do it a little later than that if absolutely necessary, but that's when I'd really like to do it.
We also have $25 from Clucky. Thank you for raising money for such an important cause. Things are so difficult right now, but the way we get through it is through community. RPG Limit Break is such a wonderful example of this. Please remember to take care of yourselves and those around you. Also, how very dare you make me realize this game came out 20 years ago?
I had the same thought, to be fair.
Weren't you saying too that, like, I mean, this game kind of in some ways perfected the formula too, and a lot of other action RPGs since then have been kind of
I was
using
telling,
stuff from it.
Telling puwexil in the practice room that I really feel like this perfected the action RPG, and we haven't had a game able to like really figure it out in the 20 years since then, which I do not understand.
So out of curiosity, puwexil, do you run any other Kingdom Hearts games?
Not yet. No, this is still my only Kingdom Hearts speed game. I've toyed with the idea a few times of learning either Kingdom Hearts 1 or Birth by Sleep at some point.
Nice.
To say, I will happily walk you through any and all Birth by Sleep stuff if you want.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, fun speed game. Check it out in a couple days.
Yep.
I will say, this green blurple toxic wasteland doesn't look very Caribbean.
Yeah, again, some of them are, like if we were actually going to Atlantica, the gummy route for that world is very appropriately themed, but some of the others are just kind of, hey, we got a cool idea, let's have a green outer space floating island shooter for this one.
It's cool. It works. I don't know. I feel like a lot of this game was designed on the rule of cool, and I honestly love it for that.
Mm-hmm.
Nothing wrong with that.
Okay, so like I said before, the Gummy mission, Port Royal is based on the Pirates of the Caribbean franchise, specifically the very first Pirates movie, Curse of the Black Pearl. Although I believe none of the voice cast the actors from Pirates were in this game because they were busy working on Dead Man's Chest at the time this game was in development.
Yeah, this was an insane poll at the time.
Let's go.
All right, so a little quick menuing there to get Donald's first limit called Comet equipped, along with getting Reflect that I just learned hotkeyed, and then get Chicken Little going for first couple fights here. So so in addition to Heartless in Port Royal, we are going to be fighting pirates. Kind of it's got kind of the same mythology as the franchise, where the pirates are cursed because they stole an ancient Aztec treasure. They basically become undead while in the moonlight, and as a result of that, we can only hurt them while they're in moonlight. But pirates are also extremely susceptible to magic. Like every spell you can cast will effectively give pirates some kind of status ailment, and by far the most useful one is ice, because that freezes them in place. And that's actually why I de-equipped Donald's Thunder spell before starting this too, because if he uses his Thunder on pirates, then that makes them kind of wander around, and they might wander into the shadows, which makes them invincible. So, got a fairly fun mob fight here, just as far as kind of what Chicken Little does to them.
Yeah, it's always funny to me just how good Chicken Little is in the speedrun. But he's our best crowd control tool at the moment. We will get a better one, but we don't have it yet.
Because I think you were telling me last night that when you did the run in 2011, people didn't really think much of Chicken Little at all.
No summons whatsoever were used in this run 15 years ago. I know the very first one that started to get used was Genie, you'll be seeing later, and then Chicken Little for crowd control was discovered kind of after that.
Yeah.
How much more Chicken Little do we have left?
A decent amount.
Were you telling me that you and Spike found, or somebody linked you and Spike a video of a Japanese runner doing it?
Yeah, well, that was a boss fight. That I'll point that out when we get there. But yeah, that's a specific strat for a boss fight coming up in a couple hours. Okay, so then kind of a unique mechanic for this world too is that it has its own overworld map where you take your ship between different locations, and each time you move your ship, you get kind of effectively into a random encounter, like a turn-based RPG where you get ambushed by Heartless and/or pirates. And just like turn-based RPGs, you can actually run away from these fights too. It's kind of like the Final Fantasy VI raft sequence where where are you going? Like the enemies just kind of give up and leave you alone. But for that very first mob fight, I can end it quickly enough by using my new limit with Donald called Comet. That running away would be slower because of the loading transitions, but all the other ambush fights on the ship, I'm just going to run away from.
Yeah, our Donald and Goofy will get more limits as the run goes on, and they're all pretty good.
I love the extra echo on all the voices and sound effects in here.
So this is a timed fight with these pirates here, and since they're not vulnerable unless they're in the moonlight, we're going to try to lure them over here and then stun them. We're picking up that chest because A, we can, there's no time there, and B, we do actually want a reward for just having a synth item at some point later in the game, and that one's conveniently there, so. And you asked how much Chicken Little was left. Well, we're not done yet.
Yeah, pirates drop decent amounts of money to currently 20, then later on it'll be more. So yeah, this is just kind of just using a timed fight to get some experience and money.
Yeah, can I get some opinions on what's your favorite Disney IP you've seen so far in this run?
Yeah, chat works, but donation comments work even better.
Absolutely. Speaking of, we have a $500 anonymous donation.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you, puwexil, for such an informative run as always. Keep healthy, everyone.
Okay, so then kind of story-wise, we've obtained one of the 882 cursed pirate treasures, and the pirates are chasing us to get it back. So now we have a very lengthy mob fight against pirates, where we're kind of having to keep them from stealing the medallion back. And there's kind of 3 distinct waves of pirates, and then the strategies kind of evolve a little bit as I progress through the fight too. So first things first, we don't want the shadows to be in the shadows, or I'm sorry, we don't want the pirates to go into the shadows because then they become invincible. So I'm actually going to go up to the back of the ship here where there's no shadows at all and just kind of wait for the first 2 to get up here. And ideally, I'm able to hit multiple ones at the same time with ice like this.
Yeah, nice. And you do have to pick up the medallion at some point to finish the fight, but we can leave it there for a bit.
Oh, so you can you can lose if it's down on the ground for too long. Is that how it works?
Yeah.
Yeah, if an enemy steals it, you see that there's a timer there right now because one of the enemies has it. And if that timer hits 0, then you lose. We got it back. Nope, we didn't.
Where is it? I don't even see the icon for it.
Yeah, where did it go?
Yeah, normally these guys have an icon if they have it.
It was there a second ago. Oh, there it is again. It's weird.
Okay.
Just jumping around.
It's okay, we found it. Yeah, this world, in my opinion, had the biggest upgrade in the music department with the Final Mix version. Here we get something pretty close to the orchestration from the film in
Yeah,
the
He's a
combat
Pirate,
music,
yeah.
which is pretty great.
Okay, so once we get to the last wave of pirates, which are kind of the hunched over ones with the daggers, then I go into Valor form to try to kind of finish out the fight at this point before my Valor runs out, because I want to use that refill mechanic I've talked about in the past by going into a cutscene that changes my party.
Yep, and touching a little more on anti-forms we were talking about earlier, you get anti-points every time you go into a drive form, and those reset every time you get a new drive form.
Mm-hmm.
We picked up a new drive form and wisdom form after our pit fight in Disney Castle, which reset our anti-form, which means basically everything in the route is kind of based around that, where we knew we could use Valor as often as we did through Disney Town and never get anti-form, because we'd get wisdom form there, and we know moving forward we can use Valor all of these times and not get anti-form because we'll pick up master form in Hollow Bastion / Radiant Garden later.
And my theory on why that is too is that when you learn new abilities and stuff in RPGs, you're going to want to try them out too. So I just kind of view that as the game developers zero out your anti-points when you learn a new drive form, just that you can start using it and experimenting with what it does without bad things happening.
Yeah, which wisdom form is very good.
So I can't remember. Did you explain the threshold for anti-form then, or just that it exists?
Just that it exists. Yeah, the number to keep in mind is 4 generally, because once you have 4 or more anti-points is when you start running a risk of getting into anti-form if you use a drive in battle. If you are not in battle, then you will not get anti-form. That's part of the routing too in a couple cases.
Yep, which is part of using Valor for movement. We know if we use it not in combat, then we don't have to worry about that.
When you say that, you mean it doesn't even give you a counter if you use it out of combat, or you don't have a risk of hitting anti-form out of combat?
I want to say the latter, that you still get the point, but there's no risk.
I want to say the latter.
I know there are situations where you don't even get the point at all, too. Like if you have a guest character that's not part of your party in here, I think in that case, just the whole system is shut down at that point.
Sure.
Okay, so we're fighting Captain Barbossa, the leader of the pirates here. He has a pet Illuminator Heartless that fills the whole room in shadows. So we can't hurt him at all.
Yeah, but he works pretty similarly to all the other pirates, so we can freeze him, stick him in a corner.
Yeah, the corners prefer it's that we're not knocking him into the shadows that still exist in the room.
And Solo Trinity, I mean, just look at the damage.
Yep. This could just get him down to his last health bar and bang.
I mean, that's a full health bar, I think, with one Solo Trinity. Wow. It's, yeah, if you pick up your version of this on PC, it won't be quite that good.
Mm-hmm. But one of the great things about this game is just how much stuff it gives you, like how many useful abilities and drives and summons.
There are so many tools. I think that's kind of part of the fun, I think. There are so many tools, and when you play this young, I think you overlook a lot of them, and you come back to this game later and realize, oh my goodness, this stuff's really good.
Yep. Like summons, I mean, like I said, they're easy to overlook because they're competing with drives for your resources, but they do definitely have their own uses. All right, well, got another gummy mission. We head to Agrabah, which is the Aladdin-themed world, a returning world from Kingdom Hearts 1. So let's hear a little from our host.
All right. With that very generous $500 donation, we have now raised $1,000 toward fighting Sephiroth. That still needs another $2,000 to go, though, so we're still looking for more donations to meet that incentive. We're also still looking for $1,000 more to fight Hades. So if you're looking for more Kingdom Hearts content, if you're looking for more puwexil, if you're looking for more RPG goodness, we would massively appreciate your donations to help keep the good times going.
Yeah, we talked a little bit about how the music sounds a lot nicer for the battle theme in the world we just finished in the modern HD versions of the game. This theme for this next set of gummy routes, I think, also just goes so much harder in the Final Mix HD versions.
So it goes bananas in the HD version.
I also want to mention that this donation incentive isn't just about us. There's also an incentive for you. We have plenty of prizes on offer if you donate between now and our double showcase run roughly 12 hours from now. You can win prizes such as a Duck Detective wood burning, a Final Fantasy VII Anniversary Art Museum non-foil set, a Final Fantasy VII music box, a Kingdom Key foam replica. If you donate $75 cumulatively, between now and Trails in the Sky First Chapter on Friday morning, you will be entered to win a Kingdom Hearts Aqua Amigurumi figure. You can also win a Kingdom Hearts HD 1.5 and 2.5 Remix Steam Key. Goodness, that's a mouthful. There are so many prizes that you can be entered to win if you donate, so even if you don't win the prize, you will definitely win good karma.
I guess that's another slight perk of running this version of KH2 is that it's easier to say. It's Kingdom Hearts 2 instead of Kingdom Hearts 2.5 HD Remix.
By the time they got to Kingdom Hearts 2.8, I think I
mean, how many games have there been by Kingdom Hearts 3? What, like 8?
Eight sounds about right,
Yeah.
too.
Something like that.
I mean, at least they eventually got to 3, unlike a certain other developer I know.
I think that's a mouthful. Look forward to later in the week the run of Kingdom Hearts Birth by Sleep Final Mix HD as part of the Kingdom Hearts 1.5 plus 2.5 HD Remix Collection.
He deserves a tenner for
I know,
that.
after actually saying that mouthful.
It's a lot.
I do like how chat goes into Star Fox mode every time we do a gummy mission.
Yeah, if you got favorite Star Fox quotes, send those our way via donation comment too.
I mean, this game is already all about crossovers. Why not Star Fox, right?
Man, Nintendo might have a problem with that. All right, so we're going into Agrabah now. Again, the Aladdin-themed world. This one, like a lot of the worlds, honestly, starts off immediately with a heartless mob fight. This is yet another one of the ones that has multiple win conditions. Although, kind of unlike the last one we did in Beast Castle, this one is a fair bit harder to do fast.
And these bandit enemies are one of the first examples I think of with the colorings in the original are so much nicer.
Yeah, that is another change Final Mix did with the Heartless in particular, is a lot of recolorations. Some of them I like better. Oh, that was fast, actually.
Oh, nice.
Some of them I like better, like the flying ghosts in Olympus that I think look just like Slimer from Ghostbusters. But yeah, a lot of them I like the original colors better.
Yeah, that's a thing across Final Mixes for every game in the series. So if you play the PC version, for example, the colors of most Heartless enemies are just different from the original. Hey, so new Disney party member, you know what that means.
Yep.
Thank you. Those
Yep.
items are mine now.
Goodbye, and thanks for all the fish.
Personally, I think pickpocketing Aladdin is thematically appropriate.
Yeah, I mean, you probably stole those ethers from somebody else anyway.
Canonically, is this before or after he became a prince?
Canonically, I think it's after because Jafar is already a genie
Oh,
at this point.
true.
Like, I don't know if they're married in this here yet, so. but like he's not a street rat anymore at the very least.
Yeah, so this is our first time busting out Wisdom Form, which the route that the world record for this category uses actually does a lot more Wisdom Form. But the route I'm using, which is just designed a lot more for safety and stability, only uses it for a couple specific reasons. And this one, and it's basically because of this screen here, because I need to bust one of these bizarre stalls to get a chest that's in there. And when you're in Wisdom Form, you can use magic, and using fire is a pretty fast way to do that. And then I'm able to use an ability called Quick Run when I'm in Wisdom Form, which I'm just kind of dashing forward, and that more or less gives me the same movement speed up as Valor Form does.
Yeah, every drive form gives you some sort of movement ability in the game. Valor gives you high jump, Wisdom gives you that quick run, which if you level the form up enough, you will gain that movement ability on base Sora without having to be in the drive form, which can be very helpful, especially in the final mix version. But
where they retuned it to massively reduce the number of because the way you level up Wisdom Form is just by beating Heartless in Wisdom Form, and in this version of the game, in order to learn Quick Run on regular Sora, you would need to kill 80 Heartless as in Wisdom Form, and in Final Mix it's 36, which is pretty different.
Pretty different, which I think the world record run does.
It does do
that,
it, yeah. It is a very tight route, yeah.
It's a very specific.
It's a very cool route too. I mean, I do definitely recommend checking out the world record of this by KBM Studios, because it just does so many really flashy and risky strats, pretty much from start to finish. But the big one is once you have Wisdom Form, you start just using it in a really optimized way to get those 80 Heartless kills and gain the ability to dash as regular Sora.
Yeah, it is a lot. Like, very cool, very optimized. It's also a lot. In Final Mix speedruns, much easier to get to the quick step.
Like, you can pretty much just you can just fill it all up here, pretty much, with all of the treasury.
You'll basically see Final Mix speedruns fill it up in this world, and then you have faster movement for the rest of the game.
Yeah, so we're basically we're being tested by the Cave of Wonders. Fortunately, we don't have to fight the head of the Cave of Wonders in this game, unlike Kingdom Hearts 1. But the test here is it's just beating a couple waves of Heartless before the time limit runs out.
And nice instance of Reflect there. So Reflect magic, it both keeps us safe and it deals damage back to enemies if we would have been hit. Which, again, not as much damage in this version as the Final Mix versions, but still, it's very good. And obviously, the protection itself is very good, even not bringing in the damage.
Magic is really good against the fat bandits, by the way, too, because you cannot hurt them from the front with physical attacks. Squirrely sorcerer here. Okay, so once we've kind of passed the trial here, then now we basically have a pretty significant mob fight that we do in the treasury of the cave. I always say, it's getting serious when there's an enemy counter that appears on screen too, which we're going to be getting here.
Very true.
Is there ever a situation where that shows up and you don't just have to drain it to 0?
No.
Okay.
I mean, there's a situation where it goes up to track how many kills you get, like on time fights and something, but when it goes down, I mean, that just means that's your objective. So we do a Reflect here to try to take out this first round here. This is going to be the first time that we actually use ethers in the run too. And once I've gotten down to about like 30 to 35 Heartless left, then I use the finisher for Donald's Comet to to kind of quickly mop up the rest, and then we use some ethers so that we can do another comet to take out the 3 fat bandits at the end.
Yep. Take note, Donald. Very helpful. And at this point, yeah, it's 2 ethers whenever you're an MP recharge in order to get our MP back.
Mm-hmm.
Like we already have the Keyblade that you get from Disney Castle that would make it 1 ether in like a couple of seconds to get it all back.
Mm-hmm.
Which we will use later.
Yeah, I also did equip the ability you get from that Keyblade called Item Boost in the menu earlier too, but it's not quite enough at this point to like make like I need it for it to be 2 ethers, I think, instead of 3 in that fight too. But the ethers will gradually get better and better as I go. All right, so we're not going to be actually fighting Jafar yet. We're actually just fighting the Volcanic and Blizzard Lords, who are just heartless that Pete sicks on us.
Yep, and the reason Comet is so good is 1, I mean, this AoE, the fact that it does damage to so many enemies. 2, the fact that we have iframes while Donald's doing it, so he can just wail on everything while they're taking damage from the Comet.
Yeah, you do have to take out the smaller Heartless that the boss is split up into in between each cycle, and like I was kind of speeding that up subtly through first with Comet and then later with the Shockwave effect of going into Valor form.
Yeah, no, I love using the Shockwave effect of going into the Drive form to deal damage there.
All right, not a bad Lord's fight.
Yep. So those who are more familiar with the final mix version might have noted the ability we just picked up at the end of that fight.
Yep, yep, that's a pretty big one. That is, yeah. We'll be getting a lot more into what Explosion does, but just right now I'll just say that it is one of the most busted just regular attack skills in the whole game. And Square Enix kind of realized that when they made Final Mix, because like I'm like probably roughly a third, probably a little more than that at this point through the main story, and then I just got it. But in Final Mix, you get it in the last Disney World.
Yeah. Pick it up right before the final, like World Boss Gauntlet, essentially.
So where does this lead to?
Now we're going to be going to Halloween Town, which is from the A Nightmare Before Christmas, I guess, film. I don't know if there were actually multiple movies.
No, there's only one.
I've seen the first film many, many times. My family was big fans of it when I was a kid.
There's only one film. I don't know how that film avoided the
Disney sequelitis.
Yeah, the VHS sequel craze that was ongoing there.
Yeah. So yeah, this is a returning world from Kingdom Hearts 1, only it's actually getting into the source material a lot more in this game as far as actually having Christmas in it. But yeah, we can't have a gummy mission, though, without having some radio commentary on our ship by Stolteheim as we go, so take it away.
Oh, you flatter me. We have $10.24 from B. Wong, in memory of my late friend Lena. I was 20 years old when we had our last conversation in spring 2006. This coming summer will mark 20 years since she took her own life. Even 20 years on, I still wonder what kind of life Lena could have had if she knew something like Nami existed. Donation goes to playing as a cat in Cat Quest 2, in honor of Lena's cat August, who was one of her survivors at her time of passing. That is incredibly important, especially now more than ever. We understand that the last few years have been a very stressful time for many people across the world, and this has put a huge strain on many people's mental health. In the United States alone, 21% of adults reported suffering some kind of mental illness. That is 53 million people. Please remember to reach out for help if you feel like you need it. You are not alone.
Very, very true.
We do also have a $100 donation from Code Gorilla, who says, I have a lot of nostalgia for the Kingdom Hearts franchise, especially Kingdom Hearts 2. It was something I used to bond with people when I had just moved to a new city in the middle of high school. Many of those people are still some of my closest friends to this very day. Thrilled to see this fantastic speedrun for a fantastic game. thank you to everyone for all of your support. We are still working toward those donation incentives, and if we can meet those donation incentives, we will have crossed $30,000 raised for the National Alliance on Mental Illness so far. So I think that would be a wonderful way to send off the boss man himself, Puwexil, for what has been an incredible run so far. Let's make it happen, everybody.
Yeah, this thing is so cool, and I don't know what it has to do with Halloween or Christmas.
Yeah.
I don't care. The music is incredible.
Yep. Yeah. Again, highly recommend checking out the reorchestrated version of this track called "Hazardous Highway" on YouTube or something, because they just reorchestrated in a way that's just has so much more oomph behind it.
I do think that for as synonymous as Shimomura is with violin and orchestral arrangement, I really like when she gets to rock.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah.
Absolutely. Very little rocking in this next world, though, unfortunately. As, we're going to go into Halloween Town here. The gimmick of the world being in Kingdom Hearts 1, we only spent time in Halloween Town. In this game, Christmas Town is now here.
Mm-hmm.
And we can go back and forth. And I miss Sora's cute little Santa outfit of the Final Mix version.
That is a definite upgrade for Final Mix, though. That Christmas Town is a lot more Christmassy. So we have a slightly involved menuing sequence by this run standards coming up here too, where we're going to be using a lot of AP boost to equip some very useful abilities.
Yeah, I guess we haven't really gotten into AP or abilities, but first of all, we're going to steal Jack's items. But,
Yep.
It works out like it does in Final Fantasy IX, right?
Pretty much, yeah.
Yeah, pretty similar, where you have your ability points. There are a bunch of AP boosts we've been picking up throughout the game, which gives us more ability points. And the number of ability points we have like Final Fantasy IX, whatever. Like, abilities have, like, this costs 5 ability points to have on. So you need to have 5 ability points left over if anything else you want equipped with it. And a lot of the abilities we focus on throughout this run, as far as Sora goes, are combo adjustments, like things that change our combos, things that give us stronger combos, change how our combos work, etc. We just got Explosion, which is a new combo finisher for our ground combos, which is the most overpowered finisher I have ever seen.
Yep. Yeah, it'll be a little bit before we really start using it in earnest, but yeah, you'll definitely notice. Okay, so yet another kind of start of world Heartless mob fight with multiple win conditions, and this is actually the one and only one of these fights that in this category in beginner difficulty we're going to be using the low health method of ending it. It's because it just kind of maths out that because of how many Heartless there are here, how much health they have, and the tools and resources you have at the time, it's a fairly significant time savings to just let them beat you up rather than to fight all of them.
Yeah, this is one of the first worlds that have rather annoying Heartless designs.
Yeah.
It's just dealing with them.
Part of the menu I did beforehand was to set that up too, because like one of the things I did was actually change Jack Skellington's AI so that he will not fight unless I'm fighting. Like he targets the same enemy Sora is attacking, because I didn't want Jack to fight Heartless and while I'm trying to get into low health. And then I also used the drive to remove Goofy from the party so that he wouldn't do anything either.
I was about to ask, it seemed a kind of curious choice to use drive in a time when you're not fighting, but that makes total sense.
Yep.
Yeah.
And this is where Sora gets a cute little Santa outfit in the Final Mix version.
Yeah, and there's Christmassy music too. But yeah, we just get to hear This Is Halloween longer in the original. So all right, so we have the Candy Cane Lane fight here, which is one of the more challenging mob fights to optimize. So I need to pause a little bit and wait for the Toy Box Heartless to sit down.
Yep. Now this guy is they're scary. And we go into Dance Call, which is Jack's limit, which is very good because it works both as a form of crowd control where it's like got sucks enemies into us and also just deals a bunch of damage, you can see.
Yep. Yeah. Ideally, when I'm kind of in a really sweet spot too, where when I go into dance call, it just sucks in the last 2 toy boxes right as they spawn. Although I was a little off there, but it still worked out fine in the end. Yeah, when I'm going through this world, though, with the number of times I saw Nightmare Before Christmas as a kid, it's really hard for me not to be singing along with "This is Halloween, this is Halloween."
Well, we have Christmas in July. We can have Halloween in May. The math works out, right?
Yeah, I mean, the weather outside sure feels like it.
Oh, God.
Yes.
Yeah, for those of you who are not familiar with Denver weather, I'm sorry. It's all right.
Don't be
Well,
sorry. They
if
can
you don't-
remain blissfully ignorant.
If you don't like it, wait 5 minutes.
That,
Normally.
yeah. Just to clarify, it's been like 40 degrees here the last 2 days. It's not unheard of around here, but that's pretty rare for May.
I remember last year, I had underestimated the Denver weather pretty badly, and I was walking around. I was walking home to the hotel from getting food, and I got hailed on.
Ooh.
Well, hail you get the entire summer long for sure, but 40-degree weather in May is pretty rare still.
Yeah, the hail is absolutely non-existent where I'm from.
Okay, so there's a strat that uses Valor Form for the next mini boss I'm about to be fighting. That also lets you get some faster movement out of it. But I'm going to be using a strat that's going to be our first usage of Genie, who's, as alluded to earlier, is actually voiced by Dan Castellaneta, the voice of Homer Simpson, since Robin Williams wasn't available when this movie was made. So this is a kind of effectively a 4-stage boss fight where, and of course I got the worst possible start to it, where the boss starts by absorbing one of the kind of the mischievous trick-or-treaters, lock, shock, and barrel, and absorbs an attack from them. And
And Genie's limit is or a gimmick is he goes into different forms based on Sora's drive forms. And Genie's Valor form thing, I mean, it's a cute little combo, does half a bar for free. You can do that a handful of times before the drive runs out. It's pretty good.
see, we might be good enough for phase skip. Yep. All right. Awesome.
All right, nice.
So yeah, that's kind of the main payoff to using Genie is that kind of the phase changes for this boss are tied to its health. As far as once you've done a certain amount of damage, it'll switch modes to one of the other kids. And if we're just by using just how overpowered Genie's Valor limit is, if we can just do enough damage quickly, we can skip one of the phases, which worked out. So I'm glad I got to show that off.
Yeah, that's
Yep, very nice. Well done.
Yeah, the order of the first 3 phases is random, by the way, too. Like I mentioned, starting in shock mode is the worst, too, because the attack it absorbs from shock involves spinning around and going up into the air, which kind of often can put it out of reach of you, and then you have to jump onto the pumpkin to be able to aerial spiral into it.
And I always think it's important to reiterate during any Kingdom Hearts 2 run how difficult really optimizing the fights in this game is.
Yeah.
Like, it takes a lot of specific timing and combos, and it takes a lot of practice to really know how to do that against every enemy, because every enemy kind of acts differently and needs a little bit of different timing and execution in order to actually do the damage and not get completely bodied in the meantime.
Yeah, because even though this is on the easiest difficulty, this is not an easy run at all. This is one of the more challenging speed runs I've ever done as far as just getting a good time.
Right. I mean, I would say easy to learn, hard to master, but frankly, there are so many strats, and some of the strats can be complex enough that it can still be a little rough to pick up initially at times, even if you're not really in danger of dying.
So how ready do you have to be to improvise at any given moment? I mean, they said it's the fight, obviously, but
Yeah, pretty ready. I mean, you always want to have backups if the quick kill doesn't work out on a lot of bosses, and then there's a fair number of particular mob fights where you just kind of have to wing it too, depending on what the game does.
So, Pessilist, how would you say this game's difficulty ranks among other Kingdom Hearts games?
Goodness. I think in terms of just learning the speedrun, it's probably the hardest of the Kingdom Hearts games, I'd probably say. 'Cause, I mean, 1 is by far the easiest. EBS has some easier and harder. 3 is fairly easy to just pick up and learn. A lot of the side games are harder really to get the hardware to.
Yeah.
I'd say really pick up and go with some of those. But also with that being said, this game is difficult just to play, but there are so many great resources for this game. Ninten and a bunch of other community members have made so many great resources if you're interested in playing it. The randomizer exists if you want something that's a little more laid back and you're still playing the game and you still do pick up a lot of things that can be helpful in speed runs as you're going through the randomizer. So I wouldn't say let that discourage you if this is your favorite Kingdom Hearts game.
Yeah,
but I would say...
Which is the case for me. I mean, that's why I picked it up 15 years ago, just because I just love this game a lot and wanted an excuse to play it more and challenge myself more at it.
No, it's a really fun speedrun, and if you're interested, there are so many resources and so many great community members. I absolutely say go for it. Just know going in that this has a learning curve to it. It's going to take a while for you to really pick up how to do these fights effectively, and it takes time. It takes quite a bit of time. If you want to just pick up a run and feel like you're doing pretty good about it, it's Kingdom Hearts 1 is a much easier just pick up and go speedrun. Also, this is
we should probably talk about this boss fight, by the way, too, given that we're 2 phases in. I'm definitely more of a fan of Oogie Boogie's boss fight in Kingdom Hearts 1, where you're kind of fighting him on his diabolical roulette wheel. In this one, it's conveyor belts instead, and I mean, it's a well-designed boss fight. It kind of fits the source material very well, of kind of what Oogie Boogie does in the movie. But it's a very slow fight in the speedrun because for each cycle you have to knock 12 of these boxes onto his platform to get him to come down, and there's literally nothing you can do to skip cycles on this. I mean,
you have to line up with him too, right? You have to get on the right one because he goes back and forth. It's on a timer. It's after certain numbers of boxes. Yeah, okay.
Like in this last phase, it's every 4. So in here, I basically go, okay, nice, got the coin flip. So for boxes 9 through 12 on the last phase of the Oogie fight, I have to kind of guess where he's going to move his platform, and I just kind of hope that I guessed right. And then even though Oogie only has 1 health bar, he does have a mechanic called HP gates, as the community calls it too, where once his health bar is at a certain level, you just cannot damage him at all anymore until the fight progresses to the next phase. So, because I've heard that even if you hack the game to give him 1 HP or something, you just literally cannot end the boss fight until you've gone through all 3 phases.
No, although they got around that for the randomizer somehow.
Somehow, yeah. Another little kind of route thing to point out, too, is that once we finished Agrabah, we actually could have come back to Twilight Town to start kind of progress the main storyline with Organization 13 and the Nobodies, but we chose to do Halloween Town 1 at that point, kind of for 2 reasons. One is to get the magnet spell that we just learned from beating Oogie Boogie, then 2 is so that if we'd have gone there later, then the battle level would be higher, and in particular that mini boss called Prison Keeper would have been way slower if at a higher battle level, because it would have a lot more health.
So you can sort of do the Disney storyline and the Kingdom Hearts storyline kind of independently from each other?
In some cases, yeah.
In some cases, yeah. In other cases, you need to progress through Disney Worlds to unlock the Kingdom Hearts storyline, kind of continuing.
A lot of these games do do kind of feel like the Disney worlds aren't really kind of that strongly connected to the main storyline outside of just kind of story or like cutscene stuff, basically, with talking about hearts and keys and stuff.
And in this game, they feel pretty tied together thematically, but in terms of like physically what's going on, until the revisits, maybe not as much.
Take this. Hold it.
As you can see the power of explosion when you have Chicken Little clumping things together, and then you have this big AoE finisher.
It's over.
Just doing one more set here for safety. Kind of the really fast way to do this fight is to do Comet a lot earlier, but the amount of damage I actually get off is kind of inconsistent sometimes, so I just opted for safety to soften them up a bit with Explosion first to just guarantee that the Comet kills. Because those Berserkers have a fairly obnoxious, what we call DM, or Desperation move, where they get very small, but then just go absolutely ham with their Claymores. Okay, so another another subtle cool thing about Chicken Little when you're using Explosion too is that Chicken Little's AI often will only whistle enemies in if they're away from you. But when you use Explosion, you knock enemies away, and then that'll often trigger Chicken Little to pull them back in so you can do it again. Kind of a rinse and repeat type thing in a lot of situations. And like I was doing a few times before too, I was using Blizzard as part of my combos because of having both a faster animation than swinging my Keyblade, but also avoiding a risk of doing jump attacks, which can happen sometimes depending on where enemies are relative to you. Then if you're in the air, you can't do Explosion.
You're right, Chipper.
All right, so we have a pretty significant kind of interlude at this point where where Hollow Bastion is under attack by both Heartless and by Organization 13. So we're gonna go, and then there's so much kind of story and lore stuff happening at this point. It's going to be getting a lot harder to really keep up with it. But I just play this game yourself. I mean, it's really really good.
Geez, did somebody say Door to Darkness?
DTD. So I did a quick menu there to swap some Keyblades around too. I equipped the Follow the Wind Keyblade that I got in Port Royal, which I find it's a very fun thematic Keyblade too, where it's the Pirate's Keyblade that lets you pick up treasure more easily with the draw ability. And then Valor Form and other forms too actually let you hold two Keyblades at once, and you actually get the passive abilities of both of them. So I threw on Kyrie's Keyblade called the Oathkeeper, Kyrie being Sora's love interest, which in this game gives you makes your drive forms last longer as far as the drive gauge in the lower right corner going down slower. All right, get another chance at the corner clip. All right, got it that time.
Say, how long is Kyrie on screen in this speed run? Like 10 seconds?
Probably not even that. Yeah, if you're not counting the ending, at least. But the reason I threw that Oathkeeper on, well, I should say the Follow the Wind Keyblade is just because there's going to be some fights and mini games in the next Disney World that where being able to pick up enemy drops is very important. And then the Oathkeeper Keyblade is because there's because of this really long movement sequence here, where I want to finish this movement sequence before running out of drive. And I missed the skateboard. You know what? Just for 100% certainty that I can make it, I'm going to just do a save warp actually to get a drive refill here.
And here we talk to fairy versions of our party from Final Fantasy X-2.
Yep.
I don't know why they're fairies, but come back for the relay later.
Yep. Yeah, we got 10 and we got 10-2 now. This part cracks me up, by the way, too, because you have two Rikus in the same game now, too. You have Riku from Kingdom Hearts, Riku with 1K, and Riku with 2Ks, who's from Final Fantasy X.
Oh, I never even thought about that.
Yeah, like the first time I played Kingdom Hearts, actually, when they started talking about Riku in dialogue on Destiny Islands, it's like, wait, what, Riku from Final Fantasy X? Is that who they're talking about? I kind of missed that there was a new character introduced here. But anyway, yeah, what I just did there was just an ultra safe route choice where I used that same exploit to refill my drive by leaving the world from a save point. Like if you play this game casually, that's a really useful trick as far as leveling up your drive forms. Because then you warp in, you fight Heartless or kind of do whatever the condition for leveling your form is. Then you warp out to refill your drive, and then kind of rinse and repeat until you max it out.
Yeah, you also get it back if you walk into, like, there are story areas where your party members are kind of walking around and you can talk to them. And when you hit, like, story gates from there, you can walk in, use your drive form, walk back, get it all back.
Yeah, that's by far the main way I've been using that mechanic in the run. It's it's either when your party members become NPCs or when the game forces a party change on you.
Because I know the example I always think of is the village in Mulan's world.
Right.
After the mountain pass, you got Valor right back because everyone's an NPC.
And then when Donald and Goofy are removed from your party for the solo fight on the summit, that's another refill point.
Yeah.
All right, so the story takes a kind of an unexpected twist here too, where we're now actually inside Ansem, as of now at least we think of as the Ansem that was the main antagonist and final boss of Kingdom Hearts 1's computer. And this is a kind of a somewhat clever way to actually work in another live-action Disney property, which is Tron, which was a movie from 1982. And then the voice of Tron is Bruce Boxleitner, who returned for the role 24 years later.
I just want to point out, there is only one Tron movie.
Yes.
Now, again, it's bananas, like some of the voice acting throughout this series, because I believe in Kingdom Hearts 1, they got the Alice actress back.
Really?
When she was however old, like 12,
old at that point,
when she filmed the animated film and was much older than that for the video game, which, she did a fantastic job and great on her. So this little mini game, we just need to hit that box that went missing, and our drive explosion will do that for us.
I kind of barely remember what the kind of intended way to do this is at this point.
You're supposed to do a combo on that particular box. It's like
but as far as how the cluster gauge fits into it too, which is on screen too, like I don't even really remember what.
I don't remember.
Yeah, but yeah, you just need to do something that counts as a way you can kill bosses against the red cube there, and the drive form Shockwave both does that and then also gives you your drive form for faster movement leaving. But yeah, Space Paranoids, which is a very, very deep cut, by the way. I think that's just the name of a random arcade cabinet in an arcade in the Tron movie, I think, which is the Tron-themed world. It has kind of an interesting pacing to it because we have a fair bit of mini-game stuff that we do before we do any actual fighting. Oh, by the way, too, a ton of plot stuff just happened, by the way, too, with actually finding Mickey. And then
also Stitch.
Yep, and then we get Stitch. Most runs skip Stitch these days for both versions of the game, but one thing I wanted to do for this showing of it for RPG Limit Break was actually to use all 4 summons at least once, so I am going to be using Stitch for one specific fight late in the game. But as part of that big cutscene that I just skipped, we actually learn and master form, our third drive form, where we merge with both Donald and Goofy to just get an upgraded form that does both physical and magic. And then, like Pessilist was talking earlier about anti-form and how that's kind of a way to kind of punish you for overusing drives, where sometimes once you've used drives a certain number of times, you start running the risk, if you use a drive in battle, that you'll get a secret form called Anti-Form instead of what you were trying to do, where Sora kind of effectively turns into Anti-Sora, which was a boss in Kingdom Hearts 1. And you can't drop out of it until your drive meter runs down. I mean, it's not useless for combat, but it would be really, really bad in the speedrun because it would just totally ruin whatever kind of combat strategy I was using the drive for. But when you learn a new drive form, the developers zero out your anti-points as a way to just kind of let you freely experiment with the new drive form for a while without risk of getting punished for it. And the fact that our anti-points got zeroed here is pretty significant, because this is actually starting a leg at the run where we're kind of really carefully managing when we use drives to, because there's a boss fight coming up when we return to Port Royal eventually, where there's just kind of like there's ways to get around risk of anti-farm, like in particular using drives outside of battle, but there's no way around it for that boss fight because we want to use the drive on the last phase of the fight. So kind of as part of mitigating risk of just having a terribly slow fight, if we get anti-farm, we're actually going to be minimizing our use of drives for the next couple worlds.
Yep, and the drive we picked up there was Master Form. Valor was Fusion Dance with Goofy for physical focus drive. Wisdom was meld with Donald for magic focus, and Masters do the Fusion Dance with both of them, and you can get some combination of both of them. It's kind of objectively more powerful than either of the prior two, but also the prior two still have their uses.
Yeah, it also costs more drive gauges to use Master Form too, and it's kind of more annoying to level up.
Yeah,
too, because you have to kill enemies that drop drive recovery orbs.
Yeah, it uses more drive, it uses both party members, and there are plenty of times throughout the game we won't have Donald and Goofy for whatever reason.
Yeah, that was something I was meaning to ask earlier, actually. So there are definitely sections where you are forced to use a guest character from the world. Are there any where, in a perfect world, you would prefer not to use that forced guest character for some reason?
Well, I mean, admittedly, that's not something I've given tons of thought to because, I mean, you can't. I mean,
Right,
it's
yeah.
forced by the game. But, Ping, actually, that would be a big one,
Ping's
actually.
the one I think of.
Yeah,
where
but
she's not great.
Because I mean,
unfortunately.
the whole thing is that Ping isn't being true to herself by pretending to be a man, so she's useless in combat. So yeah, if we could use Donald and Goofy for the first half of Land of Dragons instead of Ping, that would certainly be an improvement.
Kind of ruined the story, though, it sounds like.
No, it's thematically appropriate, because then when Mulan accepts her true identity and presents herself as that, she becomes really powerful.
And once again, Chicken Little stands out like a sore thumb.
So yeah, this is what I refer to. This is the data space fight, although I just call it the "you will be derezzed" fight because of the computer telling us that periodically. And this is why we want to use the follow the wind keyblade here, because we have to kind of disable these 3 security terminals to just get access to a bunch of data in the computer to learn more about the organization. And there's just an infinitely spawning wave of Heartless here that drop cluster orbs, as they're called, and we need to collect a bunch of them in order to use the freeze reaction command on the terminals to disable all 3 of them. It's kind of a warm-up for the boss we're about to fight too, which has very similar mechanics.
Yep, in the randomizer, and I think at some point in some speedrun categories, that can be a nice leveling place. In this category,
yeah, in critical
we
mode,
gotta
I think
go.
you do a little grinding in some routes in that room. Alright, so I'm going to be doing something that pretty much just for marathon safety here, which is actually to get my first armor upgrade to like an optimized KH2 any % run. Will never actually get armor at all, but just for a little bit of safety, I'm going to grab 2 pieces of armor that are pretty minor detours, just in case certain fights get out of hand. I'm going to get set up for the next boss too, called Hostile Program.
Because again, it's worth pointing out, we are on beginner. It's like, you probably won't die, but like, you definitely can.
Especially late in the game when it does start to catch up with you because you aren't fighting regular stuff to level up.
Oh yeah, in the last world, for sure, we are under-leveled at that point. Those guys can absolutely kill us if we're not careful.
That is something deceptive about a lot of RPG speedruns. Even if you're playing on an easy level difficulty mode, often you're so under-leveled that it just cancels out. And there's not really much difference between the difficulty modes in a lot of cases other than the amount of grinding you have to do.
Alright, so this boss, again called Hostile Program, has similar mechanics to the data space fight, where if I get enough cluster orbs, then I can freeze the boss in place.
I love Knock Smash so much. I'm so happy this category uses it.
Yep.
That noise This noise is burned into my brain.
Yes.
I don't even play this game, and this noise is burned into my brain.
It's over. Give me strength. There's the groove.
And now that we have Master Form, we also have Master Genie, which is very useful. We'll see some of that later. But yeah, and Valor's still good. Still has its uses. Like, I love how, like, Master is supposed to be the objectively, like, better version of it, but, like, Valor Form and, like, Valor Form Genie and, like, these things still are useful. But Master Genie allows us to get more of a range attack, which...
I'm just using as part of this backup strat here.
Yeah, Plexel's using to
Hey,
take him out in a much safer way.
Yeah, I did mess up a little bit as far as not summoning Genie kind of right after right before I froze the boss, I should say, so then it wasn't frozen long enough for me to get 2 Genie limits and 2 aerial combos off. So I had to kind of switch to a backup strat with going into Master Genie form, which has a more ranged attack. And it's pretty important to kill that boss before Genie runs out, because this is another refill point where after that boss fight, we have a party change because Tron is removed from our party. And I think we also have Donald and Goofy become NPCs. So,
yeah, which again, the timing in these fights, if you want to do these fights optimally, it is so specific. In order, like, you have to do this, and then you have 2 seconds to do the next thing, and then you have to get the next combo in the next, like, set amount of time, and have the next thing ready to go at the end of the combo.
Yeah, kind of a subtle thing I was doing during that fight to wrap it up too is that when I froze the boss, I watched for a visual cue of when one of its arms kind of was shooting a laser at the ceiling so that I could time the freeze that when the boss spins around the room, it's right next to me. To kind of give me the maximum amount of time that it's frozen to wail away on it. This is a really strange mob fight, too, because we're fighting Heartless and Nobodies at the same time, even though they're kind of diametrically opposed races as far as what they are.
Certainly interesting. Chicken Little doesn't care what type of enemies they are. Chicken Little just whistles.
Yep.
How out of place does Chicken Little look in this world?
Oh, don't get me started.
Is that something they fixed for Final Mix where they gave Chicken Little different art?
Nope.
Yeah, it's pretty much just Heartless enemies that have different different colors in Final Mix, but then in the Christmas part of Halloween Town, Sora, Donald, and Goofy have Christmas themed costumes.
Like, are you telling me you don't love seeing Chicken Little fight next to Yuna and Cloud and Squall? Stitch is there too.
Yep. So kind of what's happening too is just that, I mean, a lot of stuff happened. We got a lot of information out of the computer, but what's really happening narratively now is that Hollow Bastion, which is kind of the home of the Final Fantasy crossover characters, is under attack by both the organization and the Heartless right now.
Yeah, these dancers are very spooky enemies. They like to grab you whenever they're glowing. They're trying to grab Sora, and if they do, they fling them, do a lot of damage. If you're playing on a Final Mix and crit, it is a one-shot if you get flung like that, usually. And here we have Magnet, which is our own nice crowd control ability. Like, enemies get sucked into that. Doing that to get these guys over here in Comet Ring.
All right, nice. That's a pretty tight strat I just went for, too, as far as combining Magnet and the Fire spell in order to rebuild a drive gauge during the end of that last wave of nobodies there. Like, it isn't quite at 3 yet, but it's so I did equip the thing. Okay, so that I can summon Genie on this next boss, who's our first time kind of fighting a member of Organization 13 for real.
Yep, it's Demix again, for real this time.
Time to dance, water, dance. All right, the first phase of this fight is really cool if I get the good strat here. So kind of starting by using the reaction command to try to get down to about 25 to 30 water clones. And I'm going to be doing a really fun setup with Trinity Limit.
I love how quickly she explodes doing this.
Donate, watchers, donate!
All right, now watch that health bar. Phew. Dang it. Lost control of him a bit there.
If you don't want it to summon more water.
No,
right?
yeah, because if that timer runs out, you die. Why you die, I couldn't tell you, but
I have no idea.
that's just kind of his thing.
This game does have a lot of time gimmicks and auto-fail gimmicks.
Fortunately, you can only do Dance Water Dance again once. The general kind of strat I was going for too was to try to use Explosion to provoke him into retaliating and then use Genie for that, but it's fairly touchy.
Yeah, again, talk about risk of death. It's certainly exists.
Yeah, Donald's out of magic, so I'll just cast a Cure for safety. Come on.
And this is where having to use a finisher to end the fight.
Okay. That was unfortunately an extremely slow Demix fight because I just didn't hit him enough times with Genie when I had it out, and just getting lots of damage in when it's just you versus him solo is kind of difficult because he's just constantly shooting water at you.
So, Goofy's dead?
Yeah. The game takes a pretty serious turn at this point because when you beat Demix, he dies. Actually,
Yep, he gets hit by a rock in the head. And,
Demix dies, and then Goofy seemingly dies too because a rock falls down and hits him in the head.
Even though I've seen him take that fall a million times in his cartoons. But,
Yeah.
but anyway, Final Fantasy fights. So, as we progress through this hallway, we're going to meet up with a new Final Fantasy character in each of these fights.
Yeah, and a lot of the optimization here is around trying to get the Final Fantasy characters to help too, as much as possible. Like for the first phase with Yuffie from Final Fantasy VII, I was using Magnet in a couple situations to kind of immobilize and pull in some Heartless for her to take out with her Shuriken, and then for this next phase with Leon aka Squall from Final Fantasy VIII. We kind of start things off by proccing Rising Sun from these Armored Knight Heartless, then I try to get a Reflect on the Shadows here.
This has been a very action-packed segment so far, but let me know when I've got a minute.
You'll have several minutes actually once we get to the end of this. So just get locked on here. I'm kind of just doing very controlled usage of my MP too, because that Morning Star Heartless, as it's called, is very, very tanky. So I just used Solo Trinity Limit to finish it up once I'm kind of done with useful applications of spells for the near future. And then we've got our third one with Tifa from Final Fantasy VII. Tifa is quite a beast, although she's way more effective at fighting the big ones than the shadows, because sometimes the shadows just kind of get out of her clutches by going into 2D mode. Okay, I was trying to kind of ideally get a reaction command off of one of the Knight Heartless, again, the Rising Sun, but they all died too fast there.
And, I mean, Tifa just wants to punch a big dude in front of her. Like, I can't play her.
No, not at all.
And as you can see, she's pretty good at it.
Yeah, I will say it was a little interesting coming back to this game after playing the Final Fantasy VII Remake and Rebirth games too, just because like the depictions of the Final Fantasy VII characters are a lot more in line with the Advent Children movie from around the time this game came out. Like, I think the voice actress for Tifa in this game sounds a lot like the voice actress for Aerith in Final Fantasy VII Remake.
And now Cloud is by far our most effective of the party members we're teaming up with. He goes.
Yeah. He just mows them down, and I kind of try to help a little bit here and there, like if I get an opportunity for a good reaction command or to use Magnet to pull in the Heartless, that he's just hitting more of them at once. A unique thing about this phase is that I want to end the fight near the exit if I can too, because unlike the other three where the game just kind of teleports you to a fixed point, in this you have to walk to the exit. So just kind of, and of course I'm at the opposite side now, but optimally you end right at the exit and then go in. All right, so. Oh, by the way, Goofy's fine, by the way, too. He just got knocked out by the rock, and he rejoins us here. Goofy's ability loadout actually gets completely reset at this point, but we don't really care yet. But I will have to re-equip Goofy eventually. Grab some...
why did they do a full-on fake-out of Goofy? I have no idea, but they did.
I'm glad we got our Goofy closure.
Yep. But yeah, now we've got a pretty iconic... fight in the game called 1,000 Heartless, because you're fighting 1,000 Heartless. And this was really Square Enix really flexing pretty hard about what they could do with the PlayStation 2, kind of near the end, coming up at the end of its lifespan too. There's a lot of trickery going on here as far as the game having kind of character models for a lot of enemies on here without them actually kind of being fully loaded into the combat engine. So the really fast way to do this is what's working out kind of okay so far too, as far as getting into this loop where I grab these robot Heartless and use their reaction command called Sparkle Ray. And then whenever I do that, I'm actually rotating the camera around too, because one of the things the game's doing to hide how it's loading new enemies into the battle engine is that it's doing it behind you in some cases. So by spinning the camera around, that just gets me more kills here. But yeah, we're about halfway through it. I mean, near the end, might get a little dicier once I start running out of Heartless. But yeah, let's hear some stuff from Stolteheim while I'm wrapping up 1,000 Heartless.
Wow, I have plenty of donations for you here.
Awesome.
$25 from Axel Ryman. Hope you like the Axel gift I donated to you. Always good to see KH2 getting some love. Putting this toward Hades, and in fact, in Japanese, he constantly asks, "Where's Skittles?" when throwing a Firaga ball. $50 from Raiko404, pitching in my support for the event and for Nami. Thank you all for supporting a worthwhile cause. Good luck to puwexil on the rest of Kingdom Hearts 2, including the bonus fights, and good luck to all the runners. $100 from Vitreya. Shout out to puwexil, my OG speedrunner. $100 from Leiki Karhu. Had to donate during the run of my first ever PS2 Kingdom Hearts game. Yes, I played them out of order. This game still holds a special place in my heart, and I am loving watching it be beaten so quickly. We have $500 from Jacob P., and that puts us so tantalizingly close to that Hades fight incentive. We have raised $1,465. We are 35 away from sending Hades back home. Lastly, do I have time for another minute or two?
Yeah, there's a couple cutscenes here, so take it away.
Excellent. We have $5.20 from Tempest Mask 1000. Had to donate during a beloved sequel to a beloved action RPG franchise. Watching puwexil run the original KH2 taught me how Timeless River's original composition with these instruments actually fits, even if I think KH 2.5's orchestral update is a masterpiece for the ears. On that note, hey chat, we want to see those incentives met, so I challenge you and the Restream audiences to donate mentioning your favorite Kingdom Hearts music track or some kind of Star Fox reference, since I've noticed a lot of classic lines slung around. For me, Vim and Vigor is an absolute banger. The Pirates of the Caribbean theme rocks. And who could forget Lingering Will? Let's open up our hearts to the realm of possibility. P.S. Since UraniumAnchor is on the couch, I'd hate to forget shouting out my Blaster Master friends at RPGLB, including David TKI and Bramhall V. Thank you all so much for your support. We're so close, both to Hades and to the big 30K. Let's get it done.
Yeah,
All
I
right.
forget the name of the track, but I always have to shout out the boss music for Terranor in final episode of Birth I Sleep for the end.
Dismiss, I think is what
Yes,
that's called.
I believe that's what it's called. Great track.
Yeah, it's so good. And unfortunately, we're not going to be hearing very much of it in the
we will
BBS
not.
run.
You'll
but,
find out why if you come
Yep.
Thursday.
I heard a shout out to Lingering Will, by the way, too. That's the secret boss in KH2 Final Mix. But we'll be hearing its music in BBS.
Yep, you will
Thursday,
see
too.
Lingering Will in BBS for sure, even though he's not in this release of the game.
Speaking of BBS, it feels kind of sacrilegious to say that my favorite Kingdom Hearts song isn't from Shimomura, but I love Unbreakable Chains.
Okay, so after Thousand Heartless, we kind of move into sort of the second half of the game, even though it's really more the third of the game, where we're going to be doing revisits to Disney worlds. Where kind of the first loop, we were kind of first visiting the worlds and restoring the pathways between them, and now I guess they've been re-separated by the organization.
Yeah.
We're having to kind of return to them to drive the organization out.
Yeah, the organization's in these worlds now causing a muck. And
But yeah, the second visits to the worlds generally go by much faster than the first visits. One is because there's no gummy missions. I don't have to redo the gummy routes in order to return to the worlds.
could you imagine?
Yeah, I'd probably be a lot more interested in the gummy skip mod if that were the case. But then two is just that there's just less stuff you generally have to do in each of these visits to finish it. The first visit to Beast Castle is unique, though, in that we're not going to be finishing it here. We're splitting this up because the Keyblade we're about to get from reuniting with Beast and Belle here is really good. But the boss at the end of this place is one of the hardest in the game, especially casually. And we're not really properly leveled and equipped to beat Zaldin really fast yet. So we're getting the Rumbling Rose, and then we're going to take off and come back later.
Yep, anyone who's played this game casually knows Zaldin sure is a boss fight.
And then, kind of like I alluded to earlier, Goofy got completely reset when he left us and came back. So I just his normal combat abilities just aren't useful anymore, but his limit very much is Knock Smash. And then just while I was there, I also quick threw on Jackpot so that I'd get, because that just gives you more money from beating enemies. And since I'm returning to Port Royal now, I have to fight pirates. They'll give me more money when I fight them now.
So you were just waiting until you had an excuse to menu anyway to go ahead and fix Goofy?
Mm-hmm. Yep. Yeah, exactly.
Yep, and Rumbling Rose has one of the most overpowered abilities in the game on it. It gives us a second finisher to our combos.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Finish Plus is the ability you get. And yeah, we're about to kind of see, because we're pretty much effectively having to redo the same pirates fight we did the first time we came here, only now that we have the Rumbling Rose, we don't even need to bother with Chicken Little.
Yep, we will see much less of Chicken Little now. I don't know if that makes you happy or upset. That is the state of...
No comment. I do have some good news for you, puwexil.
Ooh.
You're going to hell. You're paying Hades a visit. $35 from Roy Fresh. Here's to fighting Hades.
All
Or
right.
RPG Limit Break is always good. That will meet our Hades donation incentive.
All right, that's what I like to hear.
Yep, thank you all donating to that. Always good to get some revenge for feeling the heat earlier.
Yep.
How's that Sephiroth then set of looking?
Sephiroth, we are just north of $1,000, so that one still needs a little more work. We've got, I'd say, about 40 to 45 minutes left to meet that.
The Sephiroth thing is post-run, actually. So, yeah.
So you actually have more like an hour and a half for that.
Yep.
That's still not that much time for that much money, so please.
No, we've got to get moving on that. So we appreciate all of your support, how large or how small. Speaking of which, $15 from Prof NES, 1,000 enemies. Is this Drakengard?
I'm not quite sure what happened on that last pirates fight. In fact, that might be a legit. That's never happened before, as far as just missing some of them completely with Blizzard. But because normally I just keep casting Blizzard until they all go away.
Well, if it helps, that was so subtle I didn't even notice.
Yeah. Okay, so then the first visit here was kind of following the source material Course of the Black Pearl pretty closely, but the second visit kind of expands the mythology into the Kingdom Hearts universe, as far as now a member of the organization named Luxord is trying to steal the cursed pirate treasure himself in order to basically power up Nobodies and Heartless with it.
Yeah, And Grim Reaper here also, as you can see, he's been frozen by the ice. And then we're going to wait for our last tick of MP so we can use Comet here.
Subtle thing I was doing too was releasing my targeting cursor on Grim Reaper before using Comet, just because this boss has kind of a somewhat unique mechanic where it teleports based on the number of times you hit it with anything, and hold on, let me finish the
Yeah,
first.
our first use of Master Form, which as you can see goes ham, and then using the blizzards at the end of combos, and now just blizzard cycle, and it looks so cool.
But yeah, I guess to finish that thought, the reason I released my targeting lock is that Donald would not hit the boss with the opener of Comet and then make it unfreeze, because if that happened, it would just teleport immediately. We're not quite done with this boss yet, unfortunately. It takes off. I think it's I forget if it's no, I'm sorry, it's Luxor that steals 3 of the medallions and gives them to gambler nobodies, who we now have to go chase down.
And don't worry, because Peter Pan is in this chest.
Yep, just in Peter Pan's in a random chest in a sunken ship.
Sure.
Hey, where's Hook?
Well, he's in the first. He's in the first game,
Yeah,
and he'll be in Birth by Sleep. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, he's in the first 2 games. He's in Birth by Sleep. Just not.
Just not in the because Peter Pan doesn't actually have a world in this game. He's just a summon.
If you want to see more Stitch and more Peter Pan, they both have worlds in Birth by Sleep for later in the week. But here, we just get to summon them a couple times.
All right, so yeah, the next quest I have to do is just to chase down gambler nobodies that have medallions to return them to the cursed pirate treasure chest. And you actually have choices because there's more medallions and nobodies than 3, which is what you need. There's been I know in the very old routes, you went to different islands to look for them, but it was kind of fairly quickly determined that the fastest route is just to get all 3 of them on Isla de Muerta, as far as just optimizing in particular the number of loading screens you go through. But yeah, each nobody that has a medallion just has a gimmick for its fight too that we'll be seeing shortly. Oh yeah, and then kind of like the first trip too, whenever you move your ship around between parts of Port Royal, you get ambushed by enemies, and here they're strong enough that using the option to run away from the fight by going below decks on the ship is faster than fighting them. So we've got our first gambler here. This one, the gimmick is that you have a very strict time limit to defeat it before it runs away. So very, very important to be in Valor form in order to ensure that it dies before the timer runs out.
Yeah, because a mechanic that we didn't really get into is after you complete that visit to Hollow Bastion, the battle level of every Disney World increases. So, for example, we have not done Pride Lands in this run. We will not be doing Pride Lands in this run, but the battle level for the first visit to Pride Lands jumps up significantly if you do it after you do Hollow Bastion.
Yep. Which is why, yeah, in an All Worlds run, I think the modern route actually leaves before 1,000 Heartless and then does Pride Lands and then comes back, because Scar having more health makes it so much slower. Oh yeah, that last room I would have had to fight pirates to get the nobody to spawn, so I just skip it and then go into this one where the gimmick is that it's dark. And then the crate room too, the nobody was hiding behind one of the crates, but I know where it is because it's the same every time. Kind of a goofy thing that can happen in this room too is that the medallion can sometimes fall into one of the treasure piles on the floor and make it kind of hard to see where it is if you're not watching. Okay, but we're pretty much done here. We now just have the last boss fight because again, these revisits all tend to be quite, I guess with the exception of Agrabah, tend to be pretty short. So we have a rematch with Grim Reaper Heartless now, and this time it's powering up by stealing the treasure. And as long as the medallions are not all in the chest, I cannot hurt the boss. So this is kind of a 3-stage fight.
It's just colors are so much cooler in this version.
Yeah, because it's like brown, I think, in Final Mix.
It's like a brownish purple, I think. But the gimmick is we have to put all the medallions back in the chest before he is actually vulnerable.
I'm also trying to get the boss into the corner or the wall as much as possible too, just so that it takes more damage from Comet.
Yeah, and only magic and this reaction command will actually get him to drop medallions.
It's just a hair late. I'm trying to reflect here because what you really want to have happen here is for the boss to have less than 50 medallions after you do the reaction command, because then you can lock on and get all of them back. It is possible to save an ether on this fight too by switching to the monochrome keyblade, but just because I do pick up some extra ethers for safety in this route, I just use 2 so that I can keep Rumbling Rose on. So yeah, you were talking earlier, UA, too, about a strat that Spike and I had learned at an AGDQ event once, just by kind of stumbling on a video of a Japanese Kingdom Hearts 2 runner, and that's actually what we're about to see here, too, with the last phase of this boss.
Right, yeah.
This is also why, come on, really? This is also why it was really important to be low on anti-points here, too, because I want to use Master Form for the last phase of this, and if I got anti-form, I'd probably be losing minutes. Because it steals all 882 medallions now. Yeah, just you get more medallions out when you're in Master Form, and then the little dance that Sora does while collecting them helps pick them up faster too. There's a little more advanced tech you can do with going into first-person mode and looking at the ground. I think that just reduces lag in a way that makes you pick up medallions slightly faster. I'm out of MP. Well, he's only got 1 health bar left. But yeah, the main thing I really wanted to do there was let you see what's going on, because if you're looking at the floor, you can't really tell what's going on very well. And yeah, when Spike and I were watching that video, because this fight was so horrible before that, just so slow and tedious. And then when we saw just how fast collecting all the medallions can go with Master Form, we just looked at each other for a second and then just burst into laughter. Like, really, it's really that easy, huh?
And I don't think that strat's changed a whole lot since
it's like 2013 or something like that. Kind of around the first time that the Western speedrun community we started to gain access to videos from Japanese speedrunners.
Speaking of easy, I have a $10 donation from Axel Ryman. Wait, Zaldin is tough? Just put on a blindfold. I find it helps a lot.
All right. Yeah, shout-outs to Axel Ryman, by the way. He was actually one of my inspirations for getting into running this game with his run at the first AGDQ marathon in 2011. That was a very, very cozy late-night watch that I was there for live. But yeah, I believe he did have an incentive to fight Zaldin blindfolded.
Yeah. I don't know if it was an incentive or if he just did it. I don't remember.
Either way, it was very, very cool.
What bosses haven't Kingdom Hearts speedrunners fought blindfolded?
Yeah.
Listen, Axel Ryman was a pioneer, right?
Like, listen, if someone can fight Terranort and BBS, like the Terra fight, the Aqua fight, that wouldn't be that bad. But someone could do the Terra fight blindfolded, I'd be impressed.
Yeah.
That was still one of the most impressive things I had ever seen. I think it was Limit Break 22 with KH3 as the finale, and they did a big blindfolded
Yozora, yeah. In the absolute hardest possible way to do the fight, too, as far as difficulty mode and restrictions.
And he intentionally gave the boss more life.
Yep.
That had me...
Yeah, shout out to Violin.
Yep. And his awesome finale run of Kingdom Hearts 1 at Limit Break a few years ago, too. Alright, so I call this the Have a Heart fight.
Prepare to scream!
Yeah, so we're just putting kids in boxes. Don't think too hard about it.
Yep.
So you were saying this is the Have a Heart fight, right?
Because of the voice clip we hear a lot of here.
Have a heart.
So yeah, Lock, Shock, and Barrel are just up to mischief again, so we need to box them up. And if they're not at 1 HP, they'll break out of the box eventually. But if the fight doesn't go very well, because once they've gone to 1 HP, if you don't box them, they'll eventually recover. But there is a nice little mechanic where if you've boxed 2 of them successfully and the third one recovers, then if you box them, the fight will end, though, even though they're not technically eligible to be boxed. Because there's a period where all 3 are boxed, then the fight ends. So this is another one where it's deviating a bit from the source material, too, where now Dr. Finkelstein, the mad scientist, made an experiment to be like kind of like a Frankenstein's monster style thing, and it disappeared we assume at this point it was stolen by a thief, and then there's also a thief that's stealing Christmas presents. Say hi to Peter Pan for the first time, by the way. So we're heading back to Halloween Town Square to recover some stolen Christmas presents. It's part of why I threw on the draw ability before coming in here again, which pulls in drops quicker, because this is a mob fight, but my goal isn't actually to kill all the Heartless, it's to get all the presents back from them.
And it's much safer here to use Peter Pan than just take him over to this corner.
Yep. There we go. Yeah, there's several ways to do this strat. The Peter Pan one isn't the fastest one, but I find it to be by far the safest, because what I did there was use Peter Pan's limit to kind of capture the 4 White Knight Heartless and pull them away from the center and then kill them. And then the advantage for that is that I pulled them away from the spawn points for the next wave of Heartless, so it gives me a nice amount of time to grab the presents before other Heartless would get close enough to steal them. You really don't want to have that happen, too, just because the next round of Heartless are called Graveyards, and they're just way, way tankier and slower to fight. So now we get a pretty obnoxious mini-game where we're having to help Santa discover the miracles of the Industrial Revolution, as I call it, as far as using a cannon to fill boxes with Christmas presents. And just what makes this mini-game obnoxious is just there's so much randomness to it. The size of the boxes, what Lock, Shock, and Barrel are doing to knock away the boxes, that's all totally random. This is hilarious in the randomizer, by the way, too, because it's modded so that every box is a big box.
Reminds me of that dragon feeding minigame from Chrono Cross.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're not getting any big.
Yeah, this is not very good luck here. Hopefully this green box should finish it. All right, there we go. Yeah, that was a little on the slow side, but it's just total RNG or random factors.
Yeah, because you were saying that the big boxes don't even have a chance of showing up at the start, right? It's not until
Correct.
later.
It's not until a little later in, yeah.
Yeah, the randomizer, I think, literally drops like 10 of the big boxes instantly.
Yep. All right, well, now we're at the last boss, which is actually Dr. Finkelstein's experiment. It basically, kind of in short, the experiment became self-aware and was trying to understand how the human heart works. And because people give each other Christmas presents out of affection, it was stealing Christmas presents to try to understand what love is, basically.
Aw.
Yep.
That noise.
Yep.
Fuck my dreams.
All right, so first phase here, we're kind of trying to split apart the boss here.
Yeah, you have to use this reaction command to get him back with the head, and frankly, the hitbox can be kind of wonky there sometimes. But now we've done Peter Pan, and Peter Pan has a funny way of just stun locking a lot of the bosses in this game, where he just starts attacking at them and they can't break out of it for some reason.
Yeah, because the way this boss fight is intended to play out is that kind of at certain HP windows, this boss will split apart again, and I have to reassemble it back together. But with Peter Pan's help, I can kind of keep the boss staggered consistently enough that kind of misses its window to split apart again, which I'm almost at now.
Which it does amuse me greatly how Peter Pan is arguably the most busted summon in both Kingdom Hearts games. We'll be showcasing in this marathon.
So I just realized I kind of forgot to swap Donald's limits around at the menu at the start, but that's no big deal at all. In fact, just realizing that now is going to save me from a lot of problems later, too. But yeah, I learned Donald and Goofy both have a second limit. For Goofy, it's Whirligoof, which we're not using. But for Donald, it's Duck Flare, which we very much will be using. Like a lot of these limits I'm using got nerfed in Final Mix, especially Trinity, and then also Knock Smash. But Duck Flare, I think, is literally the only one. Well, actually, I think Riku's limit actually got boosted a bit in Final Mix too. But Duck Flare, I know, is way better in Final Mix. But it's good. It's still good here.
Good old Duck Flare.
Yep.
So now we're basically doing the Aladdin Return of Jafar plot.
Yeah, where Jafar kind of tricked a merchant. I don't think Abysmal, I don't think, is in this game, but Jafar tricked a merchant into releasing him from the lamp, and he's causing a lot of mischief in Agrabah right now. And this is by far the longest revisit that we'll be doing too, because we're going to be spending like even though Aladdin isn't useful for combat in the speedrun, I didn't bother removing him from my party because all of the fighting here is going to take place on the flying carpet with solo Sora, and yeah, this will be a great time to get some updates from Stolteheim coming up too when I'm like doing some tutorials and stuff. But I'll just kick it up. We'll just kind of go through the first tutorial here too, where because combat on the flying carpet is pretty similar to on the ground, where you're kind of using Sora's same moveset, but it also has kind of a Z-axis where you can move up and down as well. And then the game, it kind of first introduces us to this with a mob fight we're about to do here. And this is going to be our first usage of what we call Magnet Explosion, too. Where I'm going to remember how the Rumbling Rose Keyblade that we got from Beast Castle lets us use 2 combo finishers at once. And that is and because of how Magnet interacts with combos, this is the end result of that.
Seems good.
All right. Yep. Well, I would just like to say we are currently sitting at $29,874. We are so close to that $30,000 milestone. Anybody could be the hero that tips us past that milestone. It could be you. And we've got plenty of prizes for your trouble. We've got Amigurumi figures for Blue New. You can donate $15 and get that. You can donate $75 cumulatively between now and Trails in the Sky first chapter on Friday morning to win an Aqua Amigurumi. There are so many more prizes on offer for you. I can't list them all right now, but it is absolutely worth your effort.
Yeah, so then this is kind of just a tutorial on how to fly the carpet around, because you have to follow Jafar's shadow around this desert ruin area, and yeah, it's unfortunately mostly an auto-scroller because you can't just go directly to where he is and wait for him to. He does have waypoints where he stops and waits for you, and there's 3 of them where you do have to hit him to progress it too. And for the very last one, I do want to use magic too, because if I used my Keyblade, I'd have to do a full combo instead of just one hit. All right, so we've got another mob fight here. I'm going to be doing some more Magnet Explosion. Using an ether there. Oops. Didn't press the X hard enough the second time. Well, unfortunately, that means I'm going to have to wait a little bit for my magic to recharge. Hopefully, it should be most of the way there by the time I get to the first switch. But yeah, if you use an ether when you have MP, when your bar is blue instead of purple, it'll refill it to full, which is what I was going for there.
We now have 3 magic switches that are set out in the desert. You gotta just do specific magic to them. And these enemies are following us the whole time and are really a pain. It makes locking onto this more difficult than it should be. They can hit us, knock us out of the magic, which means we wouldn't get the switch.
Yeah, I did a little trick there where just flying straight down after the first switch will actually despawn the Heartless that are kind of after me at that time.
Is it really an RPG if you're not still playing tutorials 3/4 of the way through the game?
Absolutely not.
Like, guys, it's 3 hours into the speed run. Did you know that fire casts in a circle?
No.
But yeah. But the cue, if the color of the switch isn't obvious enough, the shape of them too is a hint as far as what spell to use on them. I guess that's also a nice, maybe unintended accessibility feature too to colorblind people. All right, so then after we kind of go through all that trouble to get into this tower, where I think Iago told us that Jafar is, we kind of found out that it was all a setup, that Jafar kind of manipulated Iago to lure us on a wild goose chase while he tries to destroy Agrabah. So now we're racing back to Agrabah to try to stop Jafar, and this is an auto-scroller, but it's a fun auto-scroller because I get real experience from taking out Heartless here, and this is going to give me a like a level and a half worth of experience in total.
EBS would never.
Yeah, and there's a specific threshold I'm aiming for here too, because before I go fight Zaldin, the boss of Beast Castle that I kind of left for later, I want to be level 31 because Sora gains a strength up at level 31, which puts his strength at just kind of the sweet spot for the quick kill for Zaldin to work. It's pretty consistent as far as long as I'm just killing pretty much all of the Heartless here, maybe only missing like some single-digit number of them. That nice snipe there on the Fat Bandit. That if I don't just flat out hit level 31 on the go here, I'll at least be close enough that the mob fight I have to do before Zaldin gives me 31.
And may I just say, I am absolutely shocked that the parrot named after one of the most maniacal villains in Shakespeare's canon, like, absolutely deceived and bamboozled us.
Yeah.
I can't believe it. Gentlemen, I am very happy to report that thanks to a $100 donation from Atheniel, we have raised $30,000 for the National Alliance on Mental Illness.
Woohoo, nice.
Very good, very good.
Ooh, I am actually a little short on experience. I must have just not gotten enough kills in the data space fight or something, so I think...
I think you also missed the fat body near the end.
I missed one of them, yeah. I'm only maybe about 1,000 off or so, so I think I'll try to just kill something on the way to Jafar to finish it off. But yeah, kind of the reason we do these two Disney revisits in the order we do is because we want the Keyblade from finishing Halloween Town called Decisive Pumpkin, which is more or less the strongest Keyblade in the game for doing ground combo attacks.
Who comes up with these names?
Somebody very smart.
Nomura.
I somehow doubt Nomura does it, but I also wouldn't put it past him.
Okay, I guess there aren't any Heartless here. There should be some more Heartless in Beast Castle. Like, I should only need, I don't know, like 2 or 3 kills or so.
I mean, I do kind of wonder who comes up with the names like Dream Drop Distance and Birth by Sleep.
That has to be Nomura, right?
I would imagine so.
All right, so so for the Genie Jafar fight, this fight is a lot more technical than it kind of just looks from watching it, as far as just a chain of ground combos on the carpet that I'm going to be doing.
This is it.
Yeah, first you hit the guy in the abs, and then you smack him in the head.
This is it.
And we basically have enough time to go for 3 combos per cycle. And I'm backing away from him a little bit just so that each combo ends up doing more damage.
And we're going to try to do this in a way where we'll do a little less damage than we theoretically could to try to go for a DM skip. Because his DM is... it's one of the more annoying ones in the game.
Not making it easy.
His abs, man. His abs.
It's over. Yeah, take this.
I hit an HP gate there.
Yeah.
Back off.
I don't know if this is going to be a DM skip, actually. He's got a lot of health left here. Let's see how it goes.
Yeah, it's over. Yeah, this is it. Yeah, it's over.
Ah, so close.
Almost. If I had Magic Lock on equipped at this point, I would have had it, actually, but that has other drawbacks to it, too, as far as making other fights slower. Okay, so yeah, the end goal was to skip this completely.
Yeah, this is annoying.
Yeah.
Yeah, because you're just watching this, right? You're trying to dodge stuff. It's just can't do anything.
Yep. Waste a bunch of time. If you're playing on crit on Vital Mix, you're probably going to die.
Okay.
I didn't want to say anything while you were trying to get that quick kill, but it struck me right as this fight started. It's kind of a super punch-out fight.
Yeah, one thing that kind of hurt me a bit there, too, is that Jafar has a lot of what are called HP gates. A lot, meaning, I don't know, maybe like 2 or 3, where he stops taking damage until you do a combo finisher to break the gate. And I hit one of them at kind of a bad point, where it was right when I was starting an explosion. So I kind of lost a bit of damage, and that ended up, unfortunately, meaning I failed the DM skip.
Yeah. Well, you were telling me a lot of these quick kills are pretty tight timing and execution.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Sora, Donald, and Goofy. Gee. Hey, Sora, we're gonna try.
Yeah, and that's where the skill level in this run, just getting all of those DM skips is it's very difficult. It takes a lot of practice to be able to get to that level where you're doing it consistently.
All right, so we're coming back to finish the job here in Beast Castle. This is going to be the one and only. Well, I guess I used it on Hostile Program as a backup strat too. But this is the one and only time I'm going to use a strat that's actually used a lot more often in like the route that the world record uses with Master Form Genie, because Master Form's Genie's Limit and Magnet work very, very, very well together, and there's a lot of situations where that's kind of risky to do, because if you run out of drive, that's going to cost a lot of time. But this is a very low risk place, because after this fight, I'm just going to dismiss Genie if he's still around.
Yeah, I can see these Dragoons. I guess we haven't said them. Each Organization 13 member kind of has their own associated nobody, and most of them are kind of associated with like a Final Fantasy job. So these guys are like Dragoon enemies, and they like to jump, as that would imply. And when they jump, they can then kind of teleport around and are a pain, as they like to avoid our magnets as they do that.
They definitely had fun animating the genie, huh?
Okay, so yeah, I need 868 off, so I guess I'm just gonna have to go find some Heartless quick in the next screen or something. So there should be. I can't remember if there's any in the ballroom, but I know there's gonna be some here in this hallway.
I know at some point they stop spawning in the ballroom. I'm not entirely sure when. Just
Okay,
the power of explosion.
Yeah. Probably should have done the menu beforehand too, so that I had the Rumbling Rose again. But okay, anyway, that's done now. We're level 31.
Yeah, we might have to duck into the parlor to get
Yeah,
the
if this
menu.
thing chases me, yeah. Yeah, that's another reason I should have done the menu sooner.
Yeah, you cannot do menus if there are enemies around. Okay, this is not Dark Souls. But unlike Dark Souls, it does actually pause the game, so, you know, give a little, take a little.
Okay, so just kind of swapping some keyblades around, equipping ethers for faster access, and then using a drive recovery so that I can go into Valor form for. I guess I lucked out in not getting anti-form there. I realized there were going to be spawns there. But anyway, now it's time for Zaldin, who is a very, 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 very difficult boss, casually. And let's see how this goes.
Yep, he has a kind of similar gimmick to his Dragoon nobodies we just fought, where he likes to jump. And we can also do this learn reaction command as he's attacking us, which allows us to jump. And you can see the jump stuns him and allows us to get some damage on him when he's maybe not in the most vulnerable space. So
Now watch the health bar.
Watch the health bar as we get 9 jumps.
These jumps are also a lot stronger because of the keyblades I have on, the level I'm at, and having an ability called Reaction Boost on. And there we go.
Great fight.
Yep. I mean, you do not want him to get his DM off, by the way, too. If you thought Jafar's was slow, Zaldin's is slower, and he chains it together, too. Where he kind of turns his lances into a serpent that he rides around and shoots tornadoes at you from.
Yeah, Zaldin is... I mean, when we talk about the difficulty of this run, the thing that always stands out to me is this is one of those runs where there are backups, and you do your best with the backups, but a lot of these fights they go really well, or they go really off the rails.
Yeah, and there's not a whole lot of in-between once we're in the late stages of the run, too.
And, like, Zaldin's absolutely, it goes really well, or it goes really, really off the rails. And that'll be true of most of these organization fights as we start getting into the endgame.
Shuffling some abilities around there, in particular re-equipping Trinity Limit, along with an ability I recently learned called Combination Boost, which it gives you more time for using limits, and that pairs very, very well with Trinity Limit because now it lets me do it 3 times instead of 2. It really has a reason to be called Trinity again.
Yep, so we go back up to the summit, and we get to fight not Riku.
Yeah, totally not Riku.
Totally not Riku.
Yep.
Like, absolutely not Riku. There are a million other people who use this very unique weapon and that very unique fighting style.
Yep. So this fight has a very unique and very annoying property to it where the boss will not flinch at all when you hit it. So there's literally nothing you can do to try to stagger it or prevent it from doing things that waste time. I am getting really, really lucky. The main thing that's bad that he can do is to jump away before you hit him with Trinity Limit. Okay, nice. And but a nice thing though is that you do not have to fully deplete the health bar too. Once you're down to about like 1.3 bars or something, then the fight ends. Although you do still have to get a finishing hit in order to end it.
Yep. Goodbye, not Riku.
Yep.
As this world's story is just chasing down not Riku, most of it, and then Riku goes to warn the Emperor about a big old Heartless that, of course, he leaves us to deal with. Now, why would Riku help with that himself?
Yeah. So we do the same trick we did before too to fly down the mountain.
Pretty good.
And we thank Mulan for her services because we want to have access to group Trinity Limit for the next Heartless fight. I didn't get a blue menu yet, so I need to make sure to remember to do this now. As far as using a tent that I grabbed in Beast's Castle long ago to just to get an MP refill. A tent, like in Final Fantasy, is full HP MP refill, but you can't use it in battle.
And it's funny to think about how this game lets you change party members on the fly, and basically no other action RPG I can think of lets you do that. If I'm wrong, tell me in a donation.
Give me strength.
So the strat for this fight's pretty cool too, where I cast Magnet at the start in order to kind of not beat, and then used Goofy's part of Trinity Limit to kind of knock the Heartless in and out of the Magnet, so that I'm getting more hits and more damage out of the Trinity Limit.
There are actually quite a few games in the East series that let you swap party formation on the fly, and that
okay.
forms a core strategy for a lot of the speed routes for those games, because you can switch in some places the game really doesn't expect you to.
I'm sorry, was that a donation comment?
Nah, just me waxing.
Yeah, donate to correct me anyway. And also comment on the future VODs and stuff.
Oh yeah, by all means. I'm sure East isn't the only example.
All right, so we got a nobody mob fight here with a bunch of snipers here. So it just kind of works out that moving to this part of the room next to this pillar is kind of the sweet spot as far as oh, one of them slipped away there. Yeah, it's just a case where just things kind of went a little bit awry because one of the nobodies didn't get caught by the magnets, and I'm having to kind of improv the second wave.
Yep. Now, I would really describe this run in particular as maybe it's not necessarily difficult, but it is very punishing. One thing goes off script, and you get punished for it a lot.
Yeah. Like I say, it's not really a really hard run to just finish runs of, but it's really hard to get good times.
Let's go. There's the grooves.
All right, this next boss is serious time too. This is a pretty rough fight to do fast against a Heartless called Storm Rider. Feel free to do some play-by-play in what's going on, though. I just don't want to talk.
Right. Now, it's a very cool design, as it likes to do these barrel rolls here. And we get to hang on to his antenna, and we're going to try to stay on his back while using a combination of Explosion and the Genie Valor finisher. You can see his finisher hitting both of the antennae, and the Explosion doing that does a decent chunk of damage. And he really does not want us to hang on, so he's going to do a lot of Star Fox maneuvers here to try to prevent us. And if we fall off, then we have to get in a little tornado gust on the ground to jump back on, and there's a bunch of attacks he likes to do. We really want to stay on for as long as possible here. Little finisher. Okay, that's some decent damage. And now he's going to charge at us, and we can use that reaction command mixed with a magnet, and then get into the duck flare, and the HP with this duck flare is going to start really speaking for itself here.
It didn't quite get the quick kill as far as just finishing it outright here, but he's so close to dead, it's going to be over fairly fast.
Yep, just likes to come over here and do a mega laser thing. We aren't really concerned about that.
Okay, all right. Is it okay backup? Yeah, it just all comes down to just staying on top of the boss during the first phase of the fight, which is so hard because the attacks that you want to use on him because they do a lot of damage make you fly around too. So just
Genie loves to reposition you constantly, so it's very easy for him to just fling you off.
Yeah, and there were a couple places too where I was intentionally not using the last hit from Genie's limit in order to avoid falling off of Storm Rider too. But hey, who wants to see Hades get taken down, by the way, too?
Absolutely,
I do.
everybody.
Because, thanks so much, everybody, for donating $1,500 to get an optional world added to the run. Because right now, we've actually completed enough worlds to unlock the end game. And in a normal 80% run, that's exactly what we do at this point. But just for a little bit of fun and for an incentive to raise money for Nami, too, I'm going to actually go do the second visit to Olympus to fight Hades for real. And also get to enjoy having free access to Valor Form in Olympus too.
Yep, but before we can fight Hades for real, so at the end of the last visit to this world, we were manipulated to unlock a key to get this arena in the underground set up for Hades, and he's just set up a bunch of fights for us to do. And Herc's not really feeling 100% about this, and Oren's also being manipulated and blackmailed to kill Hercules in these games, essentially. So there's going to be like in and out between rounds as we get the exposition of the story, and then we have to go talk to Pain and Panic again.
Yeah, this is a nice little throwback to Kingdom Hearts 1 too, as far as the Hades Cup being the final kind of championship of the tournament, or of the Coliseum, yeah.
Which, I don't know. I feel like if Hades just told, like, Sora that, like, hey, can you, like, let me set up this cool arena you can fight in? He'd probably just do it.
Yep.
That feels very on brand for this trio, honestly.
Yep, or for, like, an RPG of any kind, yeah. To have a combat arena of some kind.
Because, like, they really build that up in, like, the Olympus story of, oh, it's this big, scary thing that, like, Hades wants to open this arena, and then you do it, and it's like, oh, I get a bunch of, like, fights in my RPG.
It has this really sinister lead up to where you're kind of manipulated to use the Keyblade to unlock this forbidden-looking seal deep in the underworld. And what does it release? It doesn't release, like, a monster or a dark god or something. It releases a Coliseum.
It's like, maybe the Hydra's also released as part of that. And was the story, that could be a thing. I don't know. Tell me in the donations if that's also getting released.
Yeah, there's a lot of things that are easy to forget when you're skipping all the cutscenes as you go, too. I did do a cutscene playthrough, like, last fall or winter or sometime, just because a lot of the cutscenes I have not seen in a very long time.
It is remarkable that they had native cutscene skip on the PS2.
Yep.
Well, the first game didn't have that on the PS2, right?
Nope.
Oh, the final mix added it for if you redid.
Yeah, if you died to a boss or something.
Before the HD remasters added it to everything except the opening cutscene, which was added with PC and Xbox for some reason.
And the unskippable cutscene that cannot be skipped because it was
that
unskippable too.
That could still to this day not be skipped.
Yep.
It is unskippable. And of all the things the community has modded out, I think it'd be sacrilege to mod that particular thing out at this point.
Yep. Yeah, it's a Kingdom Hearts community meme, basically about just a cutscene in Hollow Bastion in Kingdom Hearts 1 that just for whatever oversight on Square Enix's part you cannot skip. So yeah, just using Valor Form plus the Sora Hawk Pro Skater skateboard to get back to Hades' throne room considerably faster than the first time. And we've got our last mob fight for Olympus 2 here against two waves of nobodies.
Like, with the whole skateboarding and the two Keyblade thing, like, this game really does give, like, that mid-2000s extreme vibe.
Oh, absolutely.
And, like, I love it for it, honestly. It's great.
Okay, that should be the next wave. Okay, not bad. Basically trying to the last wave all spawns on that table, so I try to catch them right before they split up with magnet explosion.
Yep, but we got the thing that Oren was being blackmailed for, so now he can help us out a bit again as we fight Hades for real.
Yep. It's kind of funny that they reuse a bunch of voice clips from Kingdom Hearts 1's Hades fight here too, especially when you win. But yeah, now it's time to make Hades feel the heat. Thanks again so much for donating it too, because I do love getting to do this fight to get some revenge for the Feel the Heat battle series in Olympus 1. Okay, Okay, so kind of like when we encountered Hades for the... Oh, shout-outs to that little dance he does at the start, too. I just love the little Wiggletron thing there. But, yeah, we can't hurt him because he rules the underworld. But then Hercules is going to give us the power to kind of break his shield and hurt him directly.
Yeah, Hercules, like, becomes a god in that last cutscene.
Yep.
And his godly power is orb. And the orb makes him vulnerable, and Knock Smash gets in our heads whenever.
And then a cool mechanic about this fight, too, is that because Hercules is participating in the fight and is a guest character, that completely shuts down the anti-form system. So I'm at no risk of anti-form at all. And it lets me freely use a drive form both to do some damage to Hades and then also get an MP refill to ideally finish him off with another Knock Smash.
Yep, and you're supposed to use the reaction command to direct the orb into him, but you can actually attack it and oftentimes like get a hit as the orb goes and connects with him to do that, which feels pretty cool.
Goofy, please. Okay, anyway, Goofy got stuck in the ball. We got him. All right, that's Hades defeated for real. One last thanks and round of applause for the generous donors getting that fight added to the run. We do have one more fight that we could get added post-run, though, against Sephiroth.
Yes, we do. We have a $50 donation from Shuffy, who says, let's see that Sephiroth fight. We're running out of time, though. We need your help to get that donation incentive met. We have raised $1,320 out of $3,000, so we're not quite halfway there. I think we can still get it done, though.
Yep. Let's see it get done, chat.
Yep.
And get it done. And we have one more gummy mission.
Yep, one last gummy mission that gets created for Twilight Town. Because, when we're ready to start the end game, kind of we're told to go back to where it all started as far as the mansion in Twilight Town. I mean, it would take a pretty long time to really explain the what's totally going on in the story at this point. But kind of the short version is that the world that the game started in, where we played as Roxas, is actually a simulated version of the real Twilight Town, and we're trying to get into that simulated Twilight Town now to use it as a bridge to get to the world that never was, which is the home base of Organization 13, in order to try to stop them once and for all. And then just from the interactions we had with members of the organization in the second visits too, we learned that what the organization is trying to do is to get Kingdom Hearts, which they always have to say very dramatically too, as far as because Kingdom Hearts in the lore of this series is the heart of all worlds, and that the organization wants to gain its power in order to get their hearts back from darkness. But yeah, with that, Let's hear some stuff from Stoltheim, and let's hear some Star Fox quotes and donation comments too, because all pretenses are dropped at this point. If you look at this one,
I mean, Star Fox is one thing. With the way this place looks, you wouldn't think Disney hadn't acquired Star Wars yet. Anyway, RPG Limit Break proudly supports the National Alliance on Mental Illness. To get involved in the fight against negative stigmas around mental illness, please reach out to NAMI via their state-level organizations, on Facebook, where they can be found as NAMI, or on Instagram and X as @NAMICommunicate. Remember, it's not a weakness to need help. Please reach out if you feel like you need it. Speaking of Star Wars, this totally isn't a tunnel run at all.
Nope.
Did you actually have to dodge those doors? Or
Yes. Well, you don't have to, but I mean, you take damage to get
Sure.
them, and you very much do not want to die. Because losing multiple minutes to failing a gummy mission is a pretty embarrassing thing to have happen in the speedrun.
How well do you think this run's been going so far?
It's been meeting my expectations as far as just kind of showing off the run and a lot of the optimized tech and stuff. I mean, there's been a decent number of fights that have gone off the rails a bit, but I'm I'm happy with how I've been kind of pulling those back too. Like obviously I wasn't happy that I didn't get the DM skip on Jafar, but after I was out of that, I finished the job pretty fast after that, and just little things here and there where it wasn't perfect, but it was good enough.
I do really love that they added an Einhenda Easter egg in one of the gummy missions in the later games. I can't remember which one exactly, but I loved Einhenda growing up, so that was really nice.
Shoutouts to the PS2 hardware too for being able to handle all of this stuff going on right now without noticeable lag.
Yeah, it's this, and there are some other games that really make me rethink what the PS2 can do.
Yeah. No, I know God of War 2 always comes to mind of just what it could do with the hardware.
This reminds me a lot of Zone of the Enders as well.
Yeah, Zone of the Enders, good one. Shadow of the Colossus.
Yeah, which the Storm Rider boss fight in Mulan's world is pretty reminiscent of, actually. Where you're hanging on to a giant monster.
To say nothing of the boss fight where you get up on the Hydra's back.
I've had some pretty wild Hydra fights where I get up on the Hydra's head, too, where I just somehow land on the neck of one of the smaller heads. It's kind of fun when it happens, because I get a lot of easy hits. All right, so coming back to Twilight Town, we've got a fair bit of moving around to do here, too, where I'm going to use skateboards and also Valor Form in order to get back to the mansion from the train station. And
Yeah, and our Tony Hawk Pro Skater skateboarding moves, of course.
And then this is also where, because there were there was a drive recovery and then a high drive recovery that I picked up on the go for backup strats primarily. Like one is if I didn't get enough drive back before the Demix boss fight, I could use that there. And then also just other various points where if I just run out of drive when I don't want to, I can like use the high drive recovery. But I didn't have to use either of those in the run. So if I have either of those safety drive recoveries left, I actually use them for faster movement here. This is the kind of the more meaningful one as far as being able to use Wisdom Form for running to the mansion. And then after the next mob fight will be when I'll use the second one to save another bit of time on movement.
Yeah, so that seemed like an awful lot of running.
All right, and say hi to Stitch for the one and only time in this game.
Let's go, Stitch.
Yep. And then one thing I do love about using Stitch on this fight, too, is the loading screen for the fight, because we got Stitch crawling around on the loading screen. So what Stitch does is that what Stitch does that matters for the speedrun is that Stitch will randomly refill all of your MP whenever he licks your MP bar, but emphasis on the word random. Come on, Stitch.
Stitch. Stitch.
Come on, Stitch. I'd really like some MP back. This is a
Stitch,
big part
please.
of why
Stitch.
most runs do not use Stitch anymore, because of the possibility of this happening. And some practice I was doing earlier today, I had pretty much perfect Stitch luck, actually, as far as always having MP to do Magnet Explosion with.
Yep, classic Stitch. If you want to watch more of Stitch and more of us wanting him to be helpful and potentially not, Birth by Sleep, Thursday night.
Yep.
He'll be back.
Yep, Mickey's here, by the way, too. This is commonly called the Mickey fight, because Mickey's fighting alongside you. And then we didn't even really see Mickey do a whole lot there, but Mickey can sometimes knock enemies up into the air and out of reach of your explosions. And if that happens, because the magnets kind of home in on them, then I would use Thunder instead, especially if there's Heartless or nobodies that are almost dead.
So does Stitch have the same kind of gimmick in Birth by Sleep, or is he a different kind of annoying?
He's a very different kind of annoying, but he also gets his own world, which is a lot of fun, so you're going to have to check it out later.
right, so yeah, so this isn't quite as impactful as what I was doing with Valor Form to get to the mansion, but it does let me get up here faster through using High Jump, which is Valor Form's ability, and just cover the ground a little faster through these maps. If there weren't a correct answer, I might have considered making a bid war or a goofy bid war or something for what the password here is, but it's always sea salt ice cream. As tasty as liver pepper ice cream sounds.
Ugh.
Yeah, that's Ansem's favorite ice cream. Oh yeah, there's kind of two Ansems, by the way, too. But if you want to understand that more, play the game yourself.
Said, or just watch all the out of context videos and catch up on the meme material.
Yep. One kind of meme clip I'd kind of totally forgotten about until doing my recent cutscene playthrough was, huh? All right, so we got two, this is a pretty short world too. So we just have two more mob fights, and then we're on to the last world here. This first one is extremely easy. We're just two magnet explosions, and then if any of them survive that, then they die to duck flare. But now we've got a a very different fight where we're actually fighting alongside Axel from Organization 13, and we're solo Sora, so we're not able to use either drives or limits. And this fight has a kind of a unique mechanic behind it too, where most mob fights, like I think pretty much all other mob fights in the game besides this one, work on waves of enemies where you beat all of the wave, and then the next one spawns. But in this one, spawns of specific enemies are kind of tied to the death of other enemies. And because that includes assassins, which are the nobody that can go underground, sometimes they can really drag out the fight.
Yeah, they are annoying enemies for sure.
Yeah. This is it. Now you got it.
And Axel loves to just pick one and get it really far out of the way. But
That wasn't blazing fast or anything, because I did have to chase like two of them down, but that was all right. All right, so with that, we've kind of discovered the bridge that leads us to the world that never was, which again is the home base of Organization 13.
yep, final world in the game.
This is our last world. This game just has such an epic finale to it too, in so many ways too, both story and gameplay wise.
Yep. So you going to go for Roxas skip?
Yep, I think so.
I mean, really hard skip here. Want to make sure
Yeah,
you're
it's worth it too, because anybody that's played Final Mix should know how hard Roxas is.
Speaking of, I have a $10 donation from Old N. Oh boy, I'm sure the Roxas fight is exciting in this category.
And nice, we got it.
All right, we got it.
First try.
All right, first try.
So, yeah, there is no Roxas fight in this version of the game.
Mm-hmm. There is,
Like-
I mean, there is a fight, but it's a cutscene.
It's
not
a
real,
fight
it's
in
not
a
real-
cutscene.
Yeah.
In the Final Mix version of the game, they added a full-on boss fight along with the cutscene.
It's a really
and a
cool
couple
fight
more
too that has
cutscenes.
unique music.
It's really
and,
cool, and the
yeah.
extra cutscenes they added onto it are really cool. But not in this version.
Yep.
Which for us just means we go a little bit faster, which is nice considering we go so much slower in so many other ways.
Yep. Because the biggest disadvantage to running this version of the game is just that the loading times are a lot slower than if you play this game on modern hardware, to the tune of about an hour.
Yeah, it's even worse if you play it on a fat PS2, right?
Oh yeah. Yep.
Yeah, classic RPG hardware loads.
Yep. Where just saving a few seconds on certain loads kind of adds up over the course of multiple hours.
Yep. Now, back when they just re-released Birth by Sleep on the PS3, there was a whole thing where everyone's individual console loaded the game differently, and some people had fat PS3s that loaded it faster than the slim model for some reason. It was a whole thing.
All right, so we're coming up on the final boss rush of the game too. We're We're going to be fighting several members of Organization 13 back to back, but this is also where we put all of the money that we've been collecting for most of the game to use to buy a huge stockpile of ethers, because ethers let you use limits, and limits let you do damage really fast.
And also move.
Yep. All right. Well, this next fight is going to be serious time for me too. This is one of the most tricky quick kills in the game, and it's really important to get it too.
Yeah, I mean, this is a tough fight casually. It's a tough fight in the speedrun. We're going to start with some first-person shooter action.
Looks a lot cooler in the Japanese version, though, where it looks more like a real sniper scope.
Yeah. As once he comes back down here, we're going to immediately go into Duck Flare, as Duck Flare gives us iframes and does a lot of damage once we start getting these combos going. You see us just hitting along with the Duck Flare can go a long way in that. We use the ether so that we can buffer the second one. Okay, kept him at nice HP threshold where we can go for another one. And then get the ethers ready so we can hopefully stagger him here.
Yep. Dang it. I think I would have had the quick kill too if I hadn't my finger hadn't slipped and used the wrong limit.
It happens.
Yep.
You know, as the saying say, yeah. If you want to kill things quickly, Duck Flare. Woohoo.
So we do get to see his VM now, which optimally we skip completely.
Yeah, as I said, the menuing in this game, like in combat, is one of those things that when you watch someone play this game who's like an expert, it's one of those like you don't even think about it. And then you try it yourself and you're like, holy cow, how are you not going this quickly? And this is another one where the DM is very long and he becomes really aggressive after the DM. It's hard to get to him and use a finisher to finish the fight off.
And he does a lot of DMs too. Oh well. No.
Yep.
That was a big part of why I was getting the safety armor upgrades too. Was because of this fight, in case it went off the rails. But well, good news is we get another chance to do it right at least.
You got this.
Yep.
You really shouldn't have betrayed us. Gotcha now! You clever little sneak!
There's a lot going on here with the menuing and with the specific HP thresholds we're trying to keep them at.
Got away from me a little bit there.
Yeah. It's so easy because Duck Flare is moving him the whole time and he can teleport instantly if you're not on top of him. It's a really hard DM skip. We got him again. We got the Duck Flare off.
All right. Good riddance.
Hard fight.
Yep. Okay. Now, so that was the first of several members of the organization we're going to be fighting in the last boss rush here. But yeah, we got a little bit of movement to get to the next one, so let's hear like a word or two from Stolteheim while we're moving here.
Took the words right out of my mouth. We have $15.11 from Gummy Drop. Been having a blast watching for the first time with someone so dear to me. Really treasure her and these moments and the fun that comes with them. You tell him, Goofy. Boyo! And we have $50 from Zoe, who says, Sephiroth!
Yes, please keep donating to that. We are running out of time. We are in the end world. We're basically in boss rush mode at this point. We have, what, 3 bosses left and then the big final gauntlet?
Yep.
Yeah, it's not much longer now.
Yeah, so we switched over to what's going to be our final Keyblade for the run 2, which is actually the Steamboat Willie Keyblade from Timeless River called the Monochrome, which it gives us the ability Item Boost, which just makes items more effective, and in particular, ethers. So with both that and then the normal copy of Item Boost I have on from leveling up, that makes it so that ethers almost totally refill my MP. And I get to use lots and lots of limits and go fast on these boss fights.
Do you know the rules?
The rules are hit the enemy until they fall over.
That sounds about right.
Yeah, so this is Luxord, the organization member that was in Port Royal, though we didn't actually see him because we skipped cutscenes. And his element is time, as Zigbar's was space. And this is kind of meant to be a mini-game themed boss, but just the way it's designed in this game, at least, you can kind of just mostly ignore the mini-games and just use Trinity Limit to run down his time gauge, which is how you win this fight.
Yeah, the time gauge is a health bar. It's also not a health bar. It's tied to minigame stuff, but it also is a health bar. The Trinity Limit is just very good.
And with the combination boost ability that I threw on earlier, I can do 3 Trinity Limits.
Yeah, and on the PS2 version, you can flip the card over instantly before you
Yeah, and get it
it's on the
reflected.
ground, which is great.
This last one's pretty difficult, though. Nice, got it.
Nice. But you know, some give and take on the HD versions of this. His card hitboxes don't seem to work properly, so makes this fight quite a bit harder. But you also have the ability to skip the DM that we're about to get into. That we have no way of doing the amount of damage.
Yeah, once he starts flashing red, he's in DM mode. But yeah, we just let him do it. There's on this version of the game, like Pessilist said, there isn't really a way to skip it.
It's not that bad. He throws around a little bit, and we do a mini game where we get circles and do a finisher.
Yeah, if we have magic, it's fast, but if not magic, it's still fast. And bye-bye. That does take a bit of practice to actually just jump over his cards and hit him with the... Yeah, something I didn't talk about all too yet is Horizontal Slash, which is an ability I equipped around when I got the Rumbling Rose Keyblade. That basically, when you press square in the middle of an aerial combo, you'll do a special attack that it lets you extend your combo, but it also counts as a boss finisher too. So it's kind of a fast way to beat bosses with physical attacks.
Real quick, $100 from Through Thin View. That puts us past halfway to meeting the Sephiroth incentive, but we're running out of time. If you want to see Puwexil clip this one angel's wings, pardon, I screwed that up, then you'll have to donate, and quickly.
Nice. This is Syx, who's the moon-themed organization member. His gimmick is that he goes berserk in the moonlight. We have to knock him out of it with his own weapon.
So kind of the opposite of the pirates, then.
Kind of. It's your favorite limit.
Yep. So we're going for a 1 cycle here where we beat him before he goes berserk again. A little subtle thing I did was cast Magnet on him in one point to bait him into charging at me, because I basically don't want to use Knock Smash on a boss that's near a wall. Because if that happens, there's a risk of Goofy getting stuck in the wall and then just whiffing. Beep, and bye-bye.
Very nice.
You can also stun lock him with Peter Pan, but Knock Snatch is much funnier.
Yep. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh. Us talking about that, by the way, is a little reference to my very first run, both of this game and of any game for charity at the very first Summer Games Done Quick event in 2011, too, because a friend of mine that was on the couch really liked the voice acting for Knock Smash. That room I just left is very cool, by the way, too, because there's kind of doors for each member of the organization that kind of tell you what their element and their nicknames are, too.
Not to mention the music for the place is incredible.
Yep. Also, Riku.
Yep.
He's here.
Yeah, Riku, Sora's best friend that kind of lost himself to darkness in the first game, and in a lot of ways, the end game of this game is his redemption story. It's part of why I just think this game is just such a greatly designed finale. Is that it's wrapping up things that happened not only in this game but Kingdom Hearts 1 and Chain of Memories as well.
Oh yeah, the series could have ended with like this game, and I would have been satisfied, at least with the ending.
Yeah. Like we're obviously not going to see it because that would require watching the entire ending. But just the final shot of Sora returning Kairi's lucky pendant to her at the very end of the ending, just it's so good. Oh yeah, Maleficent's in this game, by the way, too, and we just skipped her last cutscene. But yeah, we don't actually fight her in this game.
So, Xemnas.
Yep. So, all right, so we're actually coming up on the final boss, although we're not anywhere close to the end of the run, though, because it is a pretty long finale here. So this is Xemnas, who's the leader of Organization 13. And there's a random chance that I can slide dash into him and just start attacking him before this happens, but yeah, anyway. We're doing fan service at this point, too, where we're kind of reenacting the secret movie at the end of Kingdom Hearts 1 Final Mix. And then I know in KH2 Final Mix, I think you can actually hurt him more by doing the third version of this reaction command here, but you don't in this version, so I do the second one, which has the fastest animation.
Yeah, that's one of those small. I didn't know there were 3 reaction commands when I was growing up playing this.
I don't know if I ever figured it out until seeing speedruns too. But fortunately, as long as we stayed locked onto him, we can zoom all the way across the map with Trinity like this.
Several Trinities, so good.
Especially in this version, because yeah, again, the strats I'm using are just completely different than you'd be using in a Final Mix run, and that's a big part of just why I enjoy running this version of the game, even though it's a lot slower and less complete than Final Mix. Because you just really get the limits and the summons just shine so brightly in PS2 version.
They're so much fun, and honestly, the game holds up on original hardware way better than I would have initially thought after playing HD so much.
Just kind of waiting here to get to a point where I can actually stagger him again. Alright, and that is Xemnas Phase 1. It's it's a kind of a cool throwback fight too, not just because of the fan service we were talking about with the reaction commands, but that this fight is the secret boss of Kingdom Hearts 1 Final Mix too. I mean, it's harder because it's a super boss, but if you've played that first, then doing this again is it's a very cool throwback. It's got the same music, by the way, too. A really cool track called "Disappeared."
So it's final gauntlet time.
Yep. So we're probably T-minus about 16-ish minutes or so if everything goes well, by the way.
Before you dive in, we have $300 from Venkalos. Thanks for supporting such an incredible cause and putting on an amazing show every year. Gotta donate to see puwexil try the world's most difficult trick, Boss Fight Edition.
So we can cut through buildings now.
Yep.
I don't know what's going on with the power scaling anymore. I just know this finale is awesome.
Yep. When I played Final Fantasy 16 like 2 years ago too, a lot of the really, really like spectacle fights in that game just reminded me of this fundamentally too, because this game did it first as far as you just jumping through time and space and slicing things in half that make no physical sense whatsoever. And it's just all epic as heck.
So first we have to get up to this giant castle thing, then we're in the engines now after jumping. I don't know how far we jumped, but we have to knock enemies into like the core or the engine or whatever it is to damage this to stop the moving castle fortress.
That's what happened at that charge bar.
I honestly don't remember.
I don't remember.
I'm kind of doubting you die. You probably just get hurt.
No, I don't think you die. I think it shoots a laser and you're supposed to swap to the other side. That's like the gimmick is
You jump back.
Sure.
And
yeah,
forth,
jump back and forth.
There's the Master Form drive Shockwave to take out the first round of bombs. Then for the next round, actually, the Master Form, all of Master Form's spells are just better than base Sora, so the magnet lasts longer and can take out 2 rounds of bombs. Now coming up here is just a really, really cool exploit with using Master Form's Magnega against the core of this ship. It's going to end result is me completely getting my drive gauge refilled.
Yep, where are we in this fortress now? Don't worry about it. There are a bunch of enemies here and a door we have
Just
to
the
break
magnet
down.
locked onto the core that I have to fight here. Refills drive. Oh, anybody miss Chicken Little, by the way?
How does Chicken Little match with the final boss rush aesthetic?
God. I'm starting to think I shouldn't have mentioned anything at all.
And this is kind of a neat trick here too, because this is meant to be kind of done in 2 stages, where after you've taken out the first round of nobodies, you fight the core for a while, then it puts its shield back up, then you fight more nobodies. But by just casting Thunder twice on the core, that actually it makes it put its shield back up, and then I fight both waves of nobodies back to back. And just kind of the reason why that's good is what you're about to see as far as. But let's have a round of applause for Chicken Little for his contributions to this run, by the way, too. That's the last usage of it. But yeah, now that I can just take down this boss's health bar kind of all at once without it putting its shield back up, just watch what Goofy's doing.
Sure, okay.
You gotta love Goofy.
Little noteworthy thing about Genie is that the color of his vest and therefore the form he's in is random when you summon him. So I have a 1 out of 3 chance of getting the form I want.
And then we lost like 2 seconds. So
Yep. Reset.
Guys, we have time to start over to save those 2 seconds.
I wouldn't mind a shot at getting Zigbar right, but I'll have to do that at home sometime. Alright, so this is Armored Xemnas. For this phase, he's using attacks from the members of Organization 13 that we fought in this game, like he was using Zaldin and Nemix's attacks there. And just the rhythm works out kind of nicely of just going back and forth between explosion combos and Genie, because you're invincible when using limits, so you're iframing through his counterattacks that way. Round of applause for Genie, by the way, too. It's the last time we're using Genie.
Yep. Also, if you want to see us fight him in that armor standing up, there will be an incentive for that on Thursday in the Birth by Sleep run.
Because they probably have a boss that never stands up until he becomes a super boss in Birth by Sleep. Yeah, no heart. All right, so then this is the intermission in the final boss series, where we're meant to think that it's over, that we've won, but no, it's not. Xemnas is still around, and we're chasing him in his giant dragon nobody ship. And this phase of it takes about 4 minutes or so. So this will be kind of our last really big round of donations and other words of wisdom from Stolteheim here. So I'll just kind of say that the general strategy here is that I'm just shooting a lot of lasers from my ship. I'm using my shield to drain energy from the purple lasers that the enemies shoot at me. To charge a mega laser, and then when I use the lasers is kind of important too, because the enemy ship is oscillating up and down, and my mega laser shoots at a fixed angle, so I kind of want to time the lasers for when I get the most damage out of it. And I guess with that, take it away, Stolteheim.
Thank you very much. I do want to give one more shout out to the foreign language restreamers who are rebroadcasting in foreign languages. You can find the French restream at twitch.tv/thefrench-restream and our Japanese restream at twitch.tv/Japanese_restream. This has been a long run at some very awkward hours in those times of the world, so I really want to give a shout out to all the people on the restream crews who have stuck with us this entire time. You guys are doing amazing work. Keep it up.
Merci beaucoup, and arigato gozaimasu.
I also want to give a shout out to the designer who made the UI, the stream layout that you're all looking at. We owe this really cool looking UI to Oro. You can find him on X at Ourolen. That's Ourolen.
Awesome layout designer and awesome speedrunner, by the way, too. He ran Digimon for us to go in the event.
Oh, absolutely.
We've gone a long time without having a Blue Eyes White Dragon joke.
Well, if someone would donate one.
I mean, just saying the name is the only joke I have, so I'm going to need some help from the dono.
Yeah. And then another thing too is when I'm using lasers, I'm both trying to hit the boss itself, but also hit nobodies too, because every nobody kill during this sequence causes damage to the main boss, his health bar too.
Thank you, Klopfer, for a $25 donation, donating for the Sephiroth fight. It'd be rude not to pay him a visit after he traveled all the way here from FF7.
Yeah, do you think this is the same Sephiroth that's in the remake Rebirth universe?
Oh, absolutely.
That is a can of worms I do not want to open.
Maybe we'll get some Kingdom Hearts crossovers in Remake Part 3.
In the Infinite's like alternate universes, I mean, Sora's in one of them, right?
I certainly hope so. All right, this is the last phase, by the way, too, when we're on the right wing. But then once this phase is over, we're getting... This is where just the music just does not let up, by the way, too. Like, we're getting into next loop of Darkness of the Unknown, the final boss theme, which
banger
is just
after
so
banger after banger.
And I personally like this version of it a little better than the remastered version too. But yeah, we're going to be doing a very fun exploit on this phase, courtesy of a skill I threw on before Luxord called Magic Lock-On, which the intended use of it is that if you just cast a spell and aren't locked onto an enemy, the game will just lock onto whatever the nearest enemy is for you. But there's going to be a nice little exploit I'm going to do with it here.
nothingness is a turtle.
Alright, so we're about to do what I like to call the Trinity Zip. Alright, got the first one. You are not supposed to be able to do this. If I do some movement trickery and then cast a Thunder, then Magic Lock-On will lock on to Xemnas, even though he's way, way, way far away from me. This fight is an interesting mechanic to it too, where you actually have all of the drive form level up abilities, even if you didn't learn them naturally.
Yeah, but it really makes you wonder how Sora is able to look around like this right now. But you know, rule of cool, but we're in it. And one more, I believe, phase of that.
Yeah, I think in Final Mix they cut it down to 3 cycles instead of 4.
I think so.
I know the Dragon phase is faster in Final Mix too. Alright, got all 3 Trinity Zips. It's not super difficult, but just the timing for all the different inputs I have to do is precise.
It's about how much time does it save every time you get that?
It feels like a lot.
It feels like a lot, because it's saving having to fly up to the cockpit.
It's one of those, it saves enough and it's cool enough that, like, why time it? Just do the cool thing.
Yep. All right, well, with that done, we are on the final phase, the final boss of Kingdom Hearts 2.
Yep.
You heard it.
Final Zebra Man.
Yep.
You heard it, folks. You got a whole lot of time left.
Yeah,
and Sephiroth and
yeah, and I'll give you plenty of warning when time's coming up too. But yeah, we just wanted to get that Sephiroth incentive met before the run finishes.
This is your last chance, chat.
The good old Zebra Man. This whole thing, you're supposed to be reversaling around to avoid a lot of this, but if you reflect, it does decent damage. So we're trying to get as many reflects as possible.
And I'm failing this part of it on purpose, just because then it'll put Xemnas into a more favorable position for what I'm about to do.
Solo Trinity limit. What more can be said? Also, Riku can heal us, so that's good. We like Riku, but you know, I think we got this.
Did a trick there too with kind of effectively throwing 2 ethers at the same time.
Yeah, so you get your HP bar back here already, so you can combos and go again. So we don't have to actually do all the health here, because once you get to this HP threshold coming up, there we go.
Yes.
Well done. Going to get into the laser dome.
Yep.
Don't forget to hit the X and the triangle.
Yep. You can die here.
As we block all of this, time will be coming up on the final hit.
Yep.
Which there'll be some cool cutscenes.
There'll be a nice, probably, I think it's like somewhere between a minute and a minute and a half long, very flashy cinematic event that happens before we can actually finish Xemnas off once and for all. But yeah, the fight's effectively won once this starts. But it's really hard to understate just how much stuff I skipped in that last boss fight, by the way, too. Like, I skipped a phase where he teleports around and shoots lasers at you. I skipped a phase where he creates clones of himself and throws Big Bang energy balls at you. And I skipped a phase where he actually captures Sora, and then you have to play as Riku temporarily to rescue Sora. time's coming up in 20-ish seconds or so, maybe at this point. I'll go for a swag finish too, just for fun too. Normally you just use Thunder. All right, and time.
GG.
All right. Nice, still pretty comfortably sub-estimate, even with some shenanigans on Zigbar and a few other places. But yeah, I guess if we didn't beat the Sephiroth incentive, I'll just quick wrap this up so we can move on to the next run then. So yeah, I guess thanks to everybody that watched. Thanks for everybody that donated to meet the Hades incentive and get us to 30,000 for the event. Thanks to Pessilist and UraniumAnchor for joining me on the couch. I want to give a shout out in particular to Ninten, who's a speedrunner that has some very awesome guides and tutorials for this run on this version of the game too, which were extremely helpful for relearning it when I got motivated to get back into it last year. Shout outs to Axel Ryman, who donated earlier too, kind of was one of my big inspirations for first getting into running this game in 2011, which was a freakishly long time ago with his runs of it. And also thanks to Sonic Shadow Silver 2, maybe around here somewhere, and who's going to be running Birth by Sleep along with Pessilist and Kirby Sora later in the week, who was in my chat a decent number of times when I was running this over the past year-ish or so, and helped me out with understanding some mechanics and strats and stuff. And yeah, and just shout outs to all of the multitude of people that have put time into running this game over decades at this point now since it came out. And like when in 2011, I think the single segment record for this game was like a 452 or something like that, and now it's actually a 352. So it shows how much it's come. But yeah, I guess either of you guys got any shout outs or anything before we head on our way?
Well, I mean, I don't really know much about this game, but it's always fun to watch you do it. So thanks for having me on here today.
Yeah.
It's like, yeah, just thanks for having me. Thanks to all the event organizers and all the volunteers helping put this event together. And yeah, stick around. There's plenty of more great RPGs coming up.
Yeah, and both of us will be back for Birth by Sleep on Thursday too. I'll be commentating it, and then Pessilist, Kirby Sora, and Sonic Shadow Silver 2 will be doing an All Stories relay. So yeah, if you like Kingdom Hearts, there's more Kingdom Hearts action to come in Limit Break this year. All right, so thanks everybody, and let's get on our way to the next run.
Riku!
Thank you very much to puwexil and company for that wonderful run of Kingdom Hearts 2. We've got plenty more RPG goodness on the schedule for you, but I'm calling it a night here. I am throwing it over to my man Konban Meow, a very fitting host for our upcoming run of Cat Quest 2. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back after these messages.
What is up, RPG Limit Break? It's your boy Conbud Meow here. Thank you so much, Stottleheim. Appreciate you holding down the fort for that amazing run of Kingdom Hearts 2, and we're getting ready to go with this wonderful Cat Quest 2 run that's coming up. We're getting it started pretty soon. I did want to mention, as we're getting going with this, that we still have open the incentive to choose the primary fighter for this run of Cat Quest 2. As it stands right now, Cat is leading at $75, but Dog is not far behind, $60 there, so there's still chance for a snipe, and you can still get in and donate. As a reminder for why we're here, RPG Limit Break 2026 is coming to you live from Denver, Colorado, where we are raising money for NAMI, or the National Alliance on Mental Illness. NAMI was formed in 1979 as a grassroots advocacy organization by a group of parents whose children suffered with serious mental illnesses, and they have maintained that focus to this day. Thank you, NAMI. We're so glad to be here supporting you. As people are getting those donations in for that primary fighter incentive that's going to be closing right when this run starts, I do want to mention we do have some awesome prizes that are going to be open until the Duck Detective run in the morning. So we have that Duck Detective wood burning art piece that looks amazing and was provided by Herminator. That's a minimum $10 donation. There's also that Final Fantasy VII Anniversary Art Museum full non-foil set, which is a $5 minimum donation. The Final Fantasy VII music box, a $10 minimum donation. And then that foam Kingdom Key replica, that's a $15 minimum donation as well. And then, of course, also the blue new Amigurumi 1, a $15 donation for that as well. As a reminder, y'all, in an effort to support the mission statement of NAMI, we would like to encourage our viewers in chat and our donors to avoid using mental health-related pejoratives when describing situations that are extraordinary. These include terms like crazy, insane, mental, nuts, bonkers, etc. We ask you to be mindful of the specific language you use, as many people do not realize these are pejoratives. Instead, consider substituting them with words such as amazing, ridiculous, wild, or bananas. We greatly appreciate your cooperation with this and hope that you can carry this forward into your everyday lives. All right, folks, we're getting really, really close to this Cat Quest 2 run. So just a reminder, Cat is still in the lead with $75. Dog is not trailing far behind with $60. So this might be your last chance. If you want to see who the primary fight is going to be, if you're Team Dog or Team Cat, get those donations in ASAP.